item for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, reports received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakho, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sako.
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 We are Khadija Sako.
We are all Khadija Sako.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire
Action.
I was here as a student, and of course Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
We want to uplift our nation, leave legacy for our children.
We are talking about national pride.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What are they, Tito?
We are nowhere near waiting one for day.
I want this. I want it. I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place failed and died.
Is this a curse or what?
Oh, yes, you are.
People like you that make Sierra Leone the way it is.
You cannot give me blow, but you cannot give me blow.
Oh, man, just they lie, blame. These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need to move this nation. We're going to need to better future.
I can call him the second to last project. He died at the last. Rest assured, my brother.
He don't be go. So see if you go allow me for take Mary to me for go keep me company.
Adama is finally back from the village. She came back with a child.
My teacher made so find out you're not my brother. Stop coming to the school.
You couldn't present the girl with the school and you come here and tell me she was a girlfriend, but you did not see the girl.
If she's not a witch, I wonder what she is.
According to the test results, your daughter is 6 months pregnant.
Where's the baby?
There's no baby. How can you be so heartless to yourself? Show the man who is responsible so that you can be free.
Who is her husband?
I'm not pregnant. Now tell her. Then tell me who I get there. I'm pregnant.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time, we're making the same mistakes.
Go. Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And I want to say welcome to the Wednesday edition when I out the go inside the Republic. Well, today it's another day and we get plenty thing for talk to now about. When that we start with for begin telling you exactly what happened over this past couple of days. There has been a huge amount of development within our communities in Sierra Leone and in the diaspora. So if you just join me, I want to say welcome to another edition. And if you now one of the regulars, then continue for share the video, continue for like we page, continue for subscribe to the YouTube page as well. Don't forget to say we get for begin come up with things and ways something possibly we're not able for the advertise. But if you follow me and you subscribe to YouTube, you could definitely get a notification then. Today's another Wednesday, and I think we can talk about so many things that will happen, like I say, inside the Republic. We now how do you go. Well, how do you go? That's something we just begin to do a couple of years ago because we realized say where would they put programs them out, we get specific titles, sometimes they describe for Inkawi. So we'll say how do you go inside the Republic? You might not know exactly what they can talk about, but we just make a blanket say, how do you go inside the Republic? Well, the Republic is getting tougher and tougher every day. We get so many news with the come out of the Republic every day. Some are good, some are bad, some are in between. It depends on how you want for actually summarize the news with you the year. And the news with the year, how you take them is exactly the same way how you get for interpret them. If you take them in a positive way, you might interpret it to be positive. If you take them in a negative way, you might interpret them also for being negative. So it's entirely up to what you think as a person, what you think as an individual, and how you're able to make that assessment day and that judgment day. Because it's about time we start to make positive judgment and look at the negative things that really happen and try to see how we're able to make them into positive. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's challenging. I believe, say, now we no more know how we get for look at the situation in Sierra Leone and make them better for each and every one of us where they participate either actively or non-actively. Because at the end of the day, Salon Aviolian, if you sit down, we say, me I know the day, or me not mix from politics, or me not mix from business, or me not mix from entertainment, it means definitely we're not going to forget the best of what we want in everything what we do. I get some problem with my sound, I think, or I guess, or I know. Is it possible? Or sound is okay now to you for me? Am I loud and clear?
Hi, T-Boy. Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. T-Boy, if you turn your volume down by your speaker, I think say you get some
Feedback. Okay.
feedback.
I
Now
think
make it,
volume na my speaker did down or say.
now make it, now make it try for draw you mic candle. But go on, I will use your volume.
All right, do you hear me now loud and clear? All right, fine. Thank you very much, Femi. Well, let I just introduce you to viewers. They want to make you tell them, Kusha, and tell them how your weekend be so far. Because this weekend, I been on our weekend. Now check we out for the whole of the weekend. Well, I say the whole of the weekend from Friday. Don't begin work till Saturday, till finally Sunday. But it was a day well spent, and I believe say the appreciation we'll get this time around from Una was possibly one of the best ever since we've been working on your platform. And I really, really feel proud and appreciate the message we Una give you this particular time around now on our event. Well, tell viewers them Kusha and tell them which events are they make mention to. Over to you, sir.
You see, you always catch me unprepared. Did you hear me loud and clear?
Oh, are they? Yeah, sure, definitely.
Okay, cool. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition to How the Go Inside the Republic. Yeah, so we thank Una join me. We appreciate Una. We couldn't do this without you. T-Boy, Juma, they can talk, but if na me want get for the listen today, then go left for talk. So thank you guys Una they join me with the big Una share we program to Una network them for make we able for grow this platform and for make we able get plenty more thing for talk. So we they expect say Una self go share with we program they will now make we do. We they get some they can be very controversial, we're not able for air because they can be very personal attacks them or defense. So, but please keep sharing. If we think say it's valid, we will air it and we'll talk about it. We'll possibly invite you guys or your guests for coming and discuss further. But yes, as T-Boy say, I would like to thank the Sierra Leone Grammar School, which I guess Abiwe too hard studied it. Or then this year so I be wear the Sierra Gem hats on one Eid, and the other Eid I be wear the Sierra Leone Grammar School hats. So we represented the school. We helped them with some of the events from the prize giving, which have been Thursday, till Saturday was set up day for the show on the main Thanksgiving when I be on Sunday. So it was a weekend of a lot of work, but as T-Boy say, it looked like they appreciate them. They gave us some nice thank you on the pulpit, at church. Then tell it plenty thank you and appreciate it what they do. But we self appreciate them for always thinking about us where they want promote. I see some other schools them over the weekend. I ask them say, hey, we don't get on business. Then say we too dear T-Boy. I'm not gonna name the school, but then say we too dear and I made them know they call me. But I assure them say we not dear. We can always try for help the community. So if we not tell wait on our budget, if it's not realistic, we will tell us say sorry. But if it is, we go try for see what we able to do. Over to you, T-Boy.
So what is a realistic budget, if I may ask? Because we always struggle with that budget thing. Oh, the budget is too high. Oh, we don't have a budget. Or what is it? Because they say we dare. But I don't think really now the facts say we dare. Is it because then they scared say we might be very expensive to need their approach? Because exactly what will they come out with for go do the events and they not seen a way possibly some might not have seen them in their entire life, except when they watch the BBC or the CNN, all the other major broadcasting house. Now, I mean, they bring the same, then I will not go for them. So, what is the budget? We they talk about say the budget is something too high, and this not to average something we'll be able to work on.
Well, as I say, T-Boy, and you're right. Wait not the budget. There isn't a budget. No event is the same. Yeah, no event is they could be similar, but it's not the same. So we go bill wetin una need, we go bill the budget around wetin una need. So if your poetry say you want a screen, we will provide you a screen. If you say you want pictures, we will provide pictures. If you say you want music, we will provide you music. If you say you want video, we will provide you video. If you say you want everything now, we will provide
I didn't go in there.
we go, but honestly, we not say we community, especially most organizations, them are organizations who really try for do what we themselves try for do, which is create an impact into Sierra Leone. And as you know, if soup sweets, now money kill them. So if they aren't going to make an impact in Sierra Leone, usually it's a lot of money we didn't get for spend. So we understand, Andy. We're here to support the community. So there isn't a set budget, as I say. If una like what they do, and una want feel free, reach out. A lot of people in Sabi Tibo, in Sabi Juma, in Sabi Femi. So some people can say, but you know me brother, you know me sister, you know me uncle, you know me auntie. Sababu works even in this side of the world. But it has to be realistic, because we have bills to pay. We're bringing out a lot of equipment most of the time, and cost equipment. So we ask una say we can support we, and we say go support una.
Thank you very much for me. I see somebody they ask, this is not the first time you come across this platform. You want to know what the platform is all about. Well, this is Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and what we do every other week and before and beyond and after for bring camp for the best of 14 Salon de Miss, not the diaspora, which is real-time information. We talk about everything from politics, entertainment, sports, social issues, not personal issues, profiling, but politics and community issues are one of the most important things they will talk about on our platform. And we believe, we have to entertain, we have to enlighten people about things that they possibly haven't come across over the week or within the past couple of months or years. That is where we're here. And we've been up and running for more than 20 years. So I would say right across the political atmosphere in Sierra Leone, we worked with APC, SAPP, PMDC, C4C, NGC, all. So basically we are open-minded, but we have our own views. We know the suits well, not some people, their mind or their heart, but that is life. Because at the end of the day, even though we are expressing our views most of the time with some amount of fact findings of some of the things they say, we don't copycat things and say because everybody talk about this, so we say for talk about them. Sometimes we wait and see how the issue, the matter, or whatever we want to talk about don't develop until we get further details, further information, either being investigated by ourselves or the sources they will deal with all over the world. They will be able to talk about those issues. And also the platform is open to everybody, every like-minded Sierra Leonean. We feel able for come and join we and discuss and be part of the discussion. What will you do? Then of course you're welcome. So you're always welcome, and welcome for the first time. If you're joining us today for the first time, this is Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. So continue for joining me as from today, and continue for like we page, and continue for follow we on Facebook and subscribe to YouTube channel. So today's program is quite not too long, but anytime we'll get like a short agenda that the discussion can be heavy, because it means those discussions have to be breaking down. And me host, because I am the co-host, me host here for joining me later on. Again, he's always on assigned duty, where he can left that assigned duty and come join we duty where we always feel to say we have to be part of. So basically, Koto Juma for joining me later on soon, and he will join the discussion. Why is the discussion good on start? But I don't know whose part of the discussion is he can join. But say, Naina the political minded man, Naina the politician, Naina into the politics. Tell me they hide with the politics, me. I didn't at the corner with the politics, you're not going to exactly waiting on me. But we know Femi, we know you. Just like how we know Juma no more. Juma in clear cut na APC, you not get secrets. Femi, love me, you guys. You know what's it. Now election the council, what can do you declaration publicly, you know what's it, Femi. we need to allow no excuse.
T-boy.
Yes, Femi.
Not begin today.
Anyway, Kumba, if you don't know Femi, this is not Femi Pama.
T-boy. Not begin today. This fetish so don't need fetam.
I didn't tell you.
My party na Sierra Leone. Na mi party.
So you know to talk. What are you party?
My party na Sierra Leone. The best party in the country. You know.
Salon. Okay.
Salon. So
well,
any party will mean better.
Well, you can't tell me bunga head. Uda im wanna go answer. Now where you know more. Now make I say, you know, hey me na kono. So when you sweet me na kono, me not to see for you. Because kono na the party for the C4C. But I totally disagree with that. Kono is not a C4C. C4C is not a kono party. C4C is a party for all Sierra Leoneans. And to be amazed, most of the top executives in Freetown are not Kono people. And most of the key members that put C4C together when they, from inception, are not just all Kono people. They have a mixture. So C4C is kind of Creole and some small elements of them. Joint Creole, we get some Frobe Fulaton background, and then you get the Kono people now, of course. So they just like kind of more. SAPP na minimum party na so then say no to me so na so don't they and likewise APC na minimum party so then so who don't know when I so they at the same way back in the C4C na Kono party. But guess what? So whose other tribe get party na Salon Femi apart from 19th tribe you so don't mention? Because Creole get party, because it seems to be almost everywhere. Because the official Creole party, we Sabi, we're headed by I call her honorable because she's an honorable Femi Claudia School. We're in a unity party, not Creole party, right? Or not correct, Femi?
See, boy, as I said earlier on, for me, I am me party na green, white, and blue.
Oh, I not say you now.
I
party the way they exist.
I support the party we mean better for Sierra Leone.
Maybe the thing are green, white, and blue. I not agree. I disagree. So unity party na Creole party or not just party for everything?
So you see, you don't generalize both of them party then they, and I think say some people will hold you accountable for that.
Oh yes, then make us say not to me so now so all the and
so
the
party is headed by a Creole.
Yeah.
That's in me namesake, Femi Claudia School. But that not me to say that Creole party. You know, it not me to say that Creole party. You know, the SLPP, if you read the name, it names Sierra Leone People's Party. Now,
APC back name all People's
exactly.
Party.
So you can't generalize and say Nadenti and this is something in stronghold. Then at the area then they. So the stronghold of the SLPP party then at the southeast, we all know that they. The APC we know say then at the north. But not forget say the APC have not to just Timiniman party because Limba then are very strong in that party as well. Yeah, so not forget that. But NT you know say then say C4C then color na yellow and I think
yellow. No,
yellow US.
Orange.
So I think not yellow US.
Orange.
So now we know you party where you belong. You see me where whose color this?
I'm blue.
Exactly. So I'm blue, green, white, and blue.
Also at the full party, NDA, NDA, no contest.
No, we go call Juma, but Juma, yeah.
But Juma can do the clarification for sure.
Tell Juma saying that NDA, Juma must gonna tell you.
Guess what happened? 2018, we're gonna NDA the office for go do interview. We did not do the interview. You know why?
Why?
The NDA chairperson, when I've been the flag bearer, he asked me, why we want for can do the interview? Because we say we are broadcasters, so we want to broadcast your interview, and we want it to be live. Now, the time I know for say, then get one of the highest building in Mount Ecot, because they one of their offices, they just by Grand Street, opposite Grand Street, right at the top of the building. So we end up to get a very nice bird's eye view of the hilltop, I would say Firestone part of Freetown, and the interview was not conducted because the deputy flag bearer or the deputy chairperson was a woman, and she wanted to take the interview, but we wanted to do the interview with the chairperson, and the chairperson was not prepared for that. So we decided to reschedule, and we get a nice bird's eye view of Firestone. So that was the reason why we did not interview the flag bearer to be chairperson for NDA. From then, I don't know NDA, no contest. So basically, NDA is one of the most prominent political parties in Sierra Leone. We possibly know they exist anymore because we haven't had nothing about them since 2018 election. We don't know whether they don't collapse or they don't merge or they don't go into something else, but we yet to find out. And if I get any information, where Jumakam, I go ask him. Femina for remind me where Jumakam. So at least we'll be able to know the state of NDA. And if we know the state of NDA, maybe something will revive them. It's the APC then gets Chayikuku, then SLPP then gets Dr. Jule there. We go match them on two for let them be the flag bearer running the mate. Which one will be the one, then go decide. Definitely we will find out for see what the state of NDA. But I'll go back to business. Business meaning topic of discussion for today's program.
T-boy?
Yeah?
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear for me.
Get some remarks say my audio is not coming out too well, so
well, I can hear you, so maybe possibly at some point earlier on, maybe the talk will be cut here.
Okay, well, keep me posted.
But we're not being consistent. I cannot be worried about it. But it cuts once or twice. But anyway, your mic is loud and clear, and I can hear you loud and clear. Well, I see what people in the say. I see people in the comments on the NDA thing and on you. Okay, Kumba saying self na corner, that's good. And then Bobolabo say, then they. So Siba. Who's one Siba Bobolabo? And office to say NDA do Bobolabo. Now for tell that the chairman guys and look to find out who they be. They will be able to know exactly. Yeah, they don't confirm. They say NDA na Fulaman party, just like I say Femi. So we have a huge amount of I will not say discrimination, but I think it's very proud for people to be proud of their tribes because there is nothing wrong with that. The reason why I make us say there is nothing wrong with that, now the fact say we're not afraid for belong to any ethnic minority in Sierra Leone. What we not for do now for preach against other minorities or other tribes. I feel to say wrong, but there is nothing wrong of being proud of who you are, what tribe you're from, what country or what part of Sierra Leone you're from. I don't think you should be ashamed to express that. I don't think you should be ashamed to tell people where you're from. And if you say you should be ashamed for telling people to say you know Minde Timni Creole Limba or Loco. You should be proud of that. What you should not do is discriminate based on the fact that the other person you possibly know for talk to, no one for see, because na Kono, because na Minde, because na Timini. That is totally not acceptable in Sierra Leone. We haven't been in that situation for decades now, but we've been seeing things totally evolving from the right direction to the wrong direction of what you will not be one for the envisaged to happen. But we will still fight very hard and make sure say we don't become a divided nation tribally. We can be a divided nation politically with our views, but not in person. We will make we divide as a nation. Definitely we will fight against that and make sure say we all stand as Sierra Leoneans regardless of our various different tribes and different regions. They will come on a salon. So back to business. Back to business means we have a very short program for tonight on paper. Not necessarily mean it's going to be a short program because 10 day we can get short program. Then they can talk a lot about so many of them short program in the day because we did deep down into so many things that we are free to say we need to talk about. So today, on paper, we have the official opening of the airport when at the new terminal and what has gone wrong with the new terminal and what happened with the old terminal and the existence of the old terminal. So we'll talk a little bit about this because we all see what happened during the past couple of days. I will say there has been some confirmed and unconfirmed sources of information with a link directly to what you will see, but we'll talk about some a little bit and we'll talk about the existence of the old airport or the old terminal, whether it is still going to be in use or disbanded. And we will discuss that briefly, if we're able to see exactly what is the status of the old and the new and see how we can move forward or have both either alongside each each other, or disband one and move on with one, and the advantage and disadvantage with that go cause to the people of Sierra Leone and specifically to the people of Lunge. Then we will discuss that one later. The next thing on the topic is Leone Stars victory over Sao Tome. Oh, bravo, good luck, well done. Again, last week we spent about almost an hour talking about the Sao Tome match between Leone Stars and how we come up from the back twice for make we able to get an equalizer to a team we supposed for give 4 or 5 or 6, not anyway, on paper. Not necessarily mean, yes, we are capable of giving them that amount of scores on the match itself. But we realize, say, the return leg will happen on a Sunday, the same place, we end up forget a 2-0 victory. We'll talk about that a little bit and see what the outcome of the victory and where we stand, whether we'll qualify for the African Nations Cup. Will they happen, I think, January or end of this year? I think it's in January 2024. We yet to know exactly and confirm because it was supposed to be this year, but I think it was postponed for next year. Okay, we could talk about that a little bit as well. And we go to the other topic. We don't make the rounds for the past couple of days. Now, Sierra Leone and all over the world, within the Sierra Leone community, we know the gentle message where he na a mosque where he actually preach a huge amount of religious divide from Muslims and Christians. We'll talk about that one a little bit again and see exactly the essence of that particular message, whether it is tolerated within the dynamics of the religious tolerance. We don't get along for decades and decades and decades. And it has been tested for the past couple of years. It has been tested during the Nkrumah government, and it has been tested in this current government of President Julius Maada Bio. And we realize it is not a tolerable situation for Sierra Leoneans, and it is definitely a massive big denunciation where Salon Man will accept that religious divide. So we'll talk about that one a little bit and see the reason why we make Gento make that statement, whether the statement is credible or not. We'll also try for play the video, and we see another counter video where somebody else saying we're supposed to be a civil society member, and in response to the video, and what in think, give your opinion about the status of the video and the double standard of what's that happened within Salon politics, within the media houses, Sludge, and also, well, I don't know whether I talk about the religious council because I haven't been able to listen to that particular video. I think I'll be able to listen to the video for the first time. We will play them later on tonight. Okay, and we move on to the Dr. Samura trip to the United States of America. We don't do a couple of tours. Those tours were possibly not expected by the people of America from the Sierra Leone community, but I think they knew he was coming to the States, and some of them have made planned, organized meetings for him before he arrived. So basically, we get for watch 2-3 of the meetings that will happen. Although there was a bit of a struggle with sound, I wasn't able to actually listen to the messages them properly. But I think I listened to some reviews of the meeting itself, and I also listened to some of the things that we few people that we've been in at the meeting all day, able to give comments on. Some few commentators, they will make few statements after the meeting. And of course, we man be in at the house in self because he present, it's Sunday. He sat all the way through and listened to all the messages that has been delivered by the flag bearer of the All People's Congress, now America Day. So basically, we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll be able to see how we'll be able to push that discussion day and see whether the trip was successful or not successful, whether it was meaningful or not, and how much barriers them that particular visit day to America don't create, or how much benefits that particular visit day to America will benefit the APC party as a whole. And we don't know whether he's going to other parts of the world. We don't know whether he's coming to the UK, or we don't know whether he's going to Europe before he returns back to Sierra Leone. But there's also been another drama behind him where the Chief Justice Edgar Fisher requested for all the people and we participate, they on the charge list of that Chancery building, say, for hand over their passport at a specific time. I don't know exactly when. I think it was the first week in April. I'm not too sure, but I think Dr. Samura will return back to Freetown, or whether I go still on the European tour. We'll be able to find out and talk about that a little bit more and see what's in the reality behind the fact say he get for go hand over in passport and the other accused members of this particular case. And also, therefore, talk about the ongoing Chancery building case where they against Dr. Samura again and other people and we now suspect of this particular corrupt practice where they don't put on top of their heads where they under investigation. As much as we might be talking about this, we will still have to be mindful because the case is still ongoing. We don't want to prejudice the case, meaning not really to say we can't talk in favor or against anything. We get for make the case get another direction. But so far, so good. What thing we see now they talk about, what thing we know now they talk about, and possibly not everything in the public domain, but we will for know exactly what he need for be spoken of in public and what he would not need for talk about in public. Just because the case is still pending, we should be mindful of what we are saying in regards to that particular case. So that's another discussion. And we now look at some of the things that really happen inside the Republic, we know how to go. We know for say there is a lot of things that will happen within the past couple of days. Of very recent, I saw a massive long press release or not press release, a report from somebody who wrote a long piece about the ongoing saga where they happen within the SLPP party in terms of some of their members that has been deliberately excluded from the campaign. That is not a confirmed information 110%, but we will look for just throw light on them a little bit. It is still yet not confirmed. It is not official. It is just a statement written by somebody who made that statement. Again, like I said, it's not a confirmed message. It is a message where somebody writes, but it might have some amount of suspicion we will look at. And also another development we come across, we table very close to this evening or very close to this afternoon is the fact that somebody was murdered in Moyamba by SLPP party members in the party house. Again, it's not a confirmed message. It's a message we just drop on our table, but we could talk about some a little bit and see whether there is a huge amount of authenticity on the matter itself or not just a propaganda by people who just want to spread false and fake or negative news. We will be able to talk about that a little bit and see what's in the reality of that particular case, whether it is something that has happened. But if you watch me and you follow this particular program, see if you can just drop us a line on the chat group and let me know exactly whether any of the impromptu information they also we don't reach out to the public is either true or you self don't come across them, or if you know any more information or detailed information, we'll be able to share with you in the chat, then we'll be able to go back and talk to you, possibly in person, or we'll be able to bring you come live and have a discussion with me whilst we continue the program. So that's now what they happen today, Narikiti, and I believe say that's a huge amount of discussion because even when I don't introduce something, it don't take me roughly about 5 to 10 minutes just for doing the plain introduction. But I will start from the light-hearted one then, and then bring in Femi at some point in view of the light-hearted one then, and even the tense one in back as well. Today we get a conversation. I'm not going to be doing a monologue show here today for nobody. Today na me, Koto Juma, and Femi full blown. So basically, I'll bring in Femi at some point. Well, I'll start from one of the basic one then. Now, Ramadan don't come. Today na Ramadan. How many days? 6 days or 7 days? Yeah, 7 days, I think, because me, I can just be fast and count the days them anyway. So I think today Ramadan is about 7 days, and the clock in London don't change. I know say when people let me the cut fast 6 o'clock. Oh man, glad this fast, you know, man. 6 o'clock with the cut. But when the clock change to 7 o'clock, oh man, don't begin thinking. Tell me, of course, don't begin thinking because you need to meet up for cut fast with you again because they tell you the come work done. Say remember for can cut fast 6 o'clock. It be the gladdy because always you come work in the pass and cut fast quick and then goes the way in the fast before you go you goes. But now 7 o'clock, so 10 minutes able for cut fast again because you get for run go. So I mean I want post with the losses. But anyway, There's iftar this weekend. There are plenty houses they want to know. So sometimes I go get them, 3 of them are calling and they. So at least you go able to go get some pap, akara, and rice bread, and fura. And anything they need to eat every other day, and you go get they get good. But anyway, Ramadan is fast moving and things are moving very swiftly within the community the whole day. I don't know what Ramadan is like in Freetown right now because things are very difficult, challenging, and we don't know exactly how people survive. But where there is a will, there is a will. As long as man get life, man will be able to survive. Survival is not easy, but I think that one thing we, each and every one of us don't go through at some point in our life, and we're able to maintain the lifestyle, we're able to sustain the challenges they face, we're able to live to some amount of the expectations. Not all of it, because we're still able to meet with full expectations yet as Sierra Leoneans. But time will change, we'll be able to reach with full potential, we're able to deliver to the best of our ability as Sierra Leoneans, either back home or diaspora. So that's just on Ramadan. Again, we don't know which are the status of the commodities, the way people they use for cut fast. I think we don't put the eyes on some of the development the way they happen in Freetown, especially for this Ramadan. So within the next couple of days before Ramadan done, we could possibly get 1 or 2 check them we can talk to me about the significance of Ramadan in Freetown and what it is like right now when things are rocketed high. How people they survive the Ramadan, how challenging it is, and what's not the thing and where they happen, where people are able to understand. I overheard some conversation on the social media platforms a couple of days ago, where some girls then we discuss about Ramadan. So one asking government, hey, this not Ramadan, no, I beg you for check 10 talk. I did the other one ask her, hey, so you know Muslim? The girl not agree answer. Why? I forbid Muslim before I talk to this not Ramadan about take 10 talk. So the conversation will go far. Now they end. But that just shows how much tolerance we have within our communities. Because you don't have to be a Muslim to respect the fact that it is Ramadan. And that's not the one thing we amazing. And again, I bumped into somebody I talked to a couple of days ago about the kind of religious tolerance within a salon. And he began telling me, say, oh, something for happen where he say, oh, well, like a party like something. Then they say, well, for drinking alcohol, then in a Muslim, they say, no, you can't bring alcohol. So the person, they say, well, I mean, are Christians. And we Christians, they will not get a problem for drinking alcohol. So if you're a Muslim, you drink now for come out. But the person not taken lightly because they expect, say, what? No, what's that come out? You know, Chris talk yourself to Muslim person. Really bring alcohol, business, come from. It's not acceptable at all in any way, shape, or form. I say, well, that's where we are from. And enable to understand the kind of way how we embrace religious tolerance in Sweden, because it's shock for like you understand, say, we don't need to take anything, also make anything, no big deal. And it really amazed at we as Sierra Leone and say, wow, I don't believe so that they tolerate anything else. Say, because me, the Sarah come out, you didn't crave talk anything regarding Islam. You mentioned alcohol or pork. They say because now like a small war you want for start, now we community. Like, wow. I say, well, for we, no big deal. So basically, that's the amount of privilege we have as Sierra Leoneans when it comes to religious tolerance. Let's go to the topic that we'll get on the headlines them today. The first one I start with now the Leone Stars match. Femi. Let's bring you up because last week we spent time for the Leone Stars match. May you two get a serious banter on dress code. And we don't see the issue of dress code. Well, I saw John Kister again on picture, but I did not see the front of his top. So I cannot confirm what he was wearing, whether he gets the salon on the same Levi. I don't say John not go wear the same vest t-shirt twice because you go look for change them anyway, because he get plenty. And you know go on for sure you see whether they can't send a message. Since I wear Levi's last week, I continue for wearing Levi's back. No, not to power. Wait, see, don't talk, say they do. I want to you need to continue for wear them. Not so like a president where they tell you say he continue for fly. You know, care what to do. Femi, so what's now you take for the fact say Leone Star beats 2-0 with all the arguments we'll get last week for the fact see them draw 2-2. This same team will be the expected them for don't beat like a 4 or 5 knots. What's your take on the match? I not say me I used to able to watch the match because we were very much engaged on that Sunday. What's your opinion for the victory number just on this one?
Well, it's good that Sierra Leone won, T-Boy. We win, and you know, they play final, they not play final, we get the points. That's the most important thing. As you say, we not watch the match. So now waiting the report say we will get. I don't know waiting John Kista way, but I sure say somebody go on catch and see one bobo winning T-Boy don't molest her. Nah, social media last week. So I should say it go on dress differently. But you know, waiting John Kista do that day. Again, I don't know, I haven't heard from him or his camp or anything. I don't know him that way, but I believe say he made a statement. And in statements, either willfully or not, it was very loud and clear. Say, you know, you and I, T-Boy, Yeri, and make Boku Noise Botande, and a lot of people spoke about it, and a lot of issues were discussed around waiting in where and waiting the football team in general, the way or waiting they provide for them. Till we talk about kits, we talk about training kits. So, you know, it opened up the conversation. So I think, say, you know, if John do deliberately, he succeeded. If you do, you know, accidentally, he still succeed because he make we all discuss all the issues them around Leone Stars and Sierra Leone football. But from what I hear, the match was okay. And as I say, we win. That's the most important thing because it's a qualifying match. You know, yes, Musa Tskude for talk on paper, then say we supposed to don't beat them on the first round. But, you know, that's so football. They not so every day you go get. You see some day there way, you know, some team like a Brentford go beat some big team like a Liverpool. Some team like a Bournemouth go beat some team like a Liverpool. So, you know, small team like Liverpool go beat some big giants like a Manchester United 7-0. So, you know, that's all. Football na biscuits. You know, they crack the same way to team.
All right, I know so you go mention that when a poor team they for beat Manchester United 7-0. Anyway, that's a fluke. Now, once in a lifetime experience. Now, you're not going to get repeating stuff again. Possibly until you stop for watch Liverpool play. So, I know say that you're not going to happen, but you get for day back. Maybe after some 20, 30 years. But on a very serious note, I think the performance of the team for the second match was brilliant, according to the reports they will get. And the performance was great. But John Kista as a coach wasn't happy. Why? I saw a video where one of the technical coaches they go for embrace him from the back. And he was very upset and shook the guy off. Like, come on, be mad, you left me. That kind of way. I didn't hear what he said. I'm just assuming. Because we know, say, with salon gesture them, if somebody can play with you from the back, that's possibly what you will say. Do you think that was a good body language communication between himself and some of his technical team members? Over to you, Femi.
Well, as I say, I didn't watch it, but you know, T-Boy, football is an emotional game. You know, tempers, you know, can get the best of us. You know, we see coach and the kick water bottle. We see coach and the headbutts then safe. We see coach the run a field for celebrate. Referee the grab and ado. You know, it's everything. If football was simple and we all behave like the gentleman that we were supposed to be, then football not go sweet. Now all the entires they make football sweet. Right now you can't begin to talk about John in Sugar and so you know we don't know what happened. We didn't hear the conversation. We saw the movements. We saw the action. I should say as footballers, as professional footballers, then go keep whatever happen inside the dressing room and in go Canada. But since it's a bit Salomon, somebody must leak the secret. So keep your eyes to the ground until you hear something just now.
Definitely, I think somebody must leak the secret, like I say. But I think my opinion again, I'm not saying possibly that is exactly what has happened. The bashing on John on the match itself was not good. Everybody was pardon me, everybody was bashing him to say, oh no, John this, John that, not so good coach. We need for change now. He's not winning matches. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. I think he was very much upset for the fact that the feedback he gets from the first match where they draw 2-2 wasn't good at all, and everybody was just all over the place saying negative things. My own personal stuff on him was just on the kids, not on his performance really, because I think he don't sky as a coach for Leone Star, because he don't take the team to AFCON, as a young coach as well, and as a home coach, somebody when we own homegrown, at least a non-game enough opportunity, he don't make use of the opportunity. And I think, say, if you do it for the second time around, I think it will be possibly history that might not, or maybe repeated by another Sierra Leonean coach who will forget in the next couple of years to come. I'm not saying they're going to sack him, but I think if even for lost this particular match to Sao Tome for the second time around, I think it would have been disastrous for his position. And I know say sometime maybe that was why he was not too happy at the end of that match day. But I think say he could be a very proud man within himself for say, wow, okay, I've saved my job, I've saved my integrity, saved my life, and I've saved a lot of misconception of who I am as a coach. If I had lost this match, again, it wouldn't have been nice at all. But for me, the table is very complex at the moment. We sit at third with 5 points, and then the other two countries them ahead of we did, I think 3 or 6 points ahead or 7 points ahead. You think it's a very good situation with when we say we'll get countries like Nigeria and Guinea-Bissau for beats. We don't take and say Guinea-Bissau don't beat Nigeria, and both countries don't beat Sao Tome 6 or 7 something. And I think Nigeria got a match with them play last with Guinea-Bissau. So I don't know exactly what's going to be the state of Leone Star. Do you think we stand a chance to qualify for AFCON next year?
Well, T-Boy, as I say, for me, it's I go like for make Salon qualify, but I think say we get for begin puts things into perspective. For me, I don't think Leone Stars is ready yet. You know, the amount of criticism we John they get, again, they show say we know as a country, we're not ready yet for move football forward. John is doing an absolutely brilliant job. I think personally, say there's a lot of interference in waiting John this guy for do. I go really appreciate if that stops and they allow the man to do his job. You know, criticism so much that we heard say Kai Kamara quits playing international football, not so?
Yeah.
That's a shame. Yeah. Kai Kamara is, I believe, say he set a record this weekend. He scored for his club in America. I think say he's the highest goal scorer at the MLS league of all time. I could be wrong. Yeah, but he don't score quite a few goals. He scored a goal this weekend. We making team at Chicago today. We make them win the game. So, you know, I believe say Kai Kamara resigned or retired mainly because of the interference and the criticism unfair criticism they get. Because make I not lie, he missed that penalty last year. But apart from that, for me, he was possibly one of the better players than with Salon gets. And that's the thing as I for say, you can make a mistake. John can make a mistake. Yeah, we get for allow them people as for make mistake because they're humans. But in general, I believe the work that they do is superb. But we don't lost Kai. I hope say we not criticize John and push John out, because if we do so, really and truly, I can't see another home-based say Leone coach we go take on Leone Stars, we go do a better job. But maybe that's what it needs. Maybe they will need for come abroad and can look abroad, because we get a lot of coaches them from Sierra Leone, of Sierra Leone descent, where they work now the diaspora, we sometimes go like the challenge for go manage the national team. But I think, as I say, I think John is doing an exceptionally good job, and I hope say the powers them with they be in Salon football go able to unite and can be and support them, because if they don't, the supporters will never support him. You know, because there are too many issues them within the camp.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I backed you up in some of the concerns that we raised. One at the one for, say, Kai Kamara resigned because he had a lot of negative criticism. I totally agree to you back again where you say he was possibly one of the best players within the African Nations Cup tournament we happened last year. Well, this year, no, last year. I believe so myself because I watch all the salon game them, and I realized say he was the only player that was desperate to win something because he has a record. He has something to prove to the American to the MLS Major League Soccer. So he has something to prove to them because he has been the highest goal scorer there once or twice. And I think the match they make mention of yesterday, Femi, or day before yesterday or this week, now match where he break the record of scoring goals for all the team then where he don't play for. So basically that was the record that he set last week or a few days ago. And like you say, yes, he missed the penalty. Limbe who play against is it Cape Verde? Was it Cape Verde or Equatorial Guinea? We missed the penalty against Equatorial Guinea. And again, that match was a decisive match. And the team selection was not the appropriate one because John was under pressure. You can tell that this team is not the team that deserves to play against Equatorial Guinea. One of the most shocking things to me where I see that particular match now, a player we come in for the first time for a crucial match like a Danley with the country for win. We're not even play as sub-safe yet. Now the two games they would already play. So that was a shocking decision by me. I don't know whether John made that decision or he was under some pressure for make sure say he played that particular player. So that was a match that was not really planned. And mentally, physically, well, I don't want to say physically, but mentally and emotionally, plus psychological preparation was not there. The team was not in a proper state of mind. The camp was not stable. Very much unstable camp where I ever see in international football. Because what make I say so? Because the camp was just like a holiday camp. Not a professional camp where they expect professional footballers and the officials behaving like professionals. It was a merriment camp where all man just be there enjoying safe and have fun. And I think that was wrong. So I went there once and decided not to go there anymore because I was very upset and I don't want to upset other people by me saying something that they might not be happy with. So I decided to stay away, even though I was forced to go there several times, but I choose not to. So basically, yes, I agree, say John be under serious pressure by possibly political interference or otherwise within the national team itself. But I believe, say, as a coach, if you are under any kind of pressure and you feel you cannot take it anymore, you have the honors to walk away. Not for the fact that you don't want to continue, but you self-can public and say you want people to allow you to do your job because the honors is on you. If anything fail nationally, now you they blame Godepa. So you want to take full responsibility, which means you want for able to decide on which player you feel to say supposed for play, which player you feel to say supposed for call, and which player you feel to say supposed for take to any competition, regardless of the influence of anybody else. That you they make that selection day, that you they make that choice day. So I feel say if you're able to do that and you're able to make the world or the people of Sierra Leone realize that is exactly what you stand for. It's either some people will not be happy about it and then go call your head or tell you, say, sorry, we will sack you because you need us to withdraw. I'd rather be sacked than being used to do something that I'm not happy about within myself, but I have to do it because of what? The money that they are paying me, or because I am the manager or I'm the coach for the national team. It's a pride to be a coach for your national team. It is something of a honor. And a honor way you need to just turn down and denounce them because you get for take them of very high esteem. It means you are going to be the first gentleman for the best sport in the world, which is football, for your country. That means a lot. And if you go down on record for you on your CV, it's something that you can utilize and use to the best of your ability. And you'll be respected all over the world where you go and you want to showcase yourself as somebody who don't participate in football. As a national team coach, they will give you that respect and value. So yeah, I will understand if you decide to stay in that position. If you were John Kister and you know exactly the kind of pressure we face in terms of the national team. But like I say, within a very crucial stage for this tournament, we're not too sure whether we have 100 or 50 or 70% chances to qualify, because we next match therefore be Guinea-Bissau. Or is it Guinea-Bissau? No, I missed them two countries. They're very close to each other. And Nigeria. So we got for play them two countries, and we next match now against Nigeria. As of now, Nigerian player na the highest goal scorer na the Italian league, and possibly the highest goal scorer na the world in top league football. I'm not gonna say much, but look, we'll see what's in the happen with that next match day, whether we'll be able to go past Nigeria and get the 3 points, which until we don't go on top of Nigeria, and we're ready now for play the next country. I keep forgetting the name of that country anyway, but until I remember as we go along. But that is what we are going to talk about in terms of Sierra Leone football. Anyway, again, we see them change the kits. Oh, Femi, the kits now that we get problem more. They say that green kits will get bad luck, Panaya. That same green kits now where we go lost against Equatorial Guinea. You agree? Say the kids get anything for to do with the match, because remember Manchester United Mingewa away kits when I want anyway.
It was great. It was great.
Was it great?
Manchester United and kids have been great.
The away kits, eh? Now once anyway.
They lost 3-0 the first half against one team winning Southampton. They were in Insai second half, then got 3-3. So Southampton getting 6-3. So they get them 3-0 first of all. Now Alex Farkas is no, the kids, and they know they see themselves. So instead of going inside, they don't come back and do that kids again. But we then can't do the normal other kids now, then still can get them 3-3. We pull.
But Manchester United know where that kids again, not so?
No, not at all.
Okay, so what's now we on dynamics with the kids? They still we get 3 kids. We get all green, we get all blue, and we get all white.
The problem with the kids, boy, not to say the green kids get problem, but now the controversy around the kids don't turn problematic since the brand can, because from time immemorial, especially we don't follow football, salon football, well, for a while. For me, since 1984, Zone 2, I mean even before that, but Zone 2 was my first time I go actually watch salon play, and we go all the way to the final. We lost at the final. Tibo, remember?
I remember.
Okay, we lost at the final. So we've never seen salon playing all green. Usually it's green, white, and blue that we're playing. But because of the current administration, we believe make them decide the salon kits now, the official home kits could be green, and that brought a lot of controversy from the last Nations Cup. We introduced the kits, and I think saying that problem the kits get, not to say bad luck kits or anything, or we shouldn't wear green, but now because I think the player themselves, the kits don't begin feel ebin at them body. So they're not relax again with the kids, because people then cost them, people then look them all kind of funny way. So I just think it's just psychological. I don't think there's anything wrong with the kids. We'll go win game there with kids. But as you say, then change the kids, then they win. So you never know.
Because we don't win game for that kids day too. And the green, white, and blue kits will work for we first 2 games them against Ivory Coast and Tunisia and Algeria at the Nations Cup was not the green. And the green now go away against Equatorial Guinea. So the green gets in record. Like I say, not just a myth. We don't know whether that's a reality. But just like what Femi say, I think the criticism behind the green, then they put the players them under pressure because they want for delivery, and sometimes they get overexcited. They get overwhelmed with the game itself because of the green vest where they get. I don't know whether like promise and say if now win with this green vest, we dey go na $5,000. We don't see the president not make beaucoup pledges them of thing and we they tell them say if now win, this how they go. But for me, surprising thing, during the last game before Leone Stars go play Sao Tome, we then go Morocco. Samura Kamara and Cheikoko appear on the pitch. You realize that creates controversy. Automatically, the Sierra Leone, what's in them called SNA, Sierra Leone Nationals, or Sierra Leone National Sports NSA, Sierra Leone Sport Authority, no, National Sport Authority, NSA. They came out with a press release after that visit. They say the national team should not allow nobody of any political status for visits them while they are training. If anybody wants to do so, if we go through the official channel of the NSA before they visit, you never hear that if I'm in any football camp.
Well, T-Boy, it's again double standards. Yeah, you know, these are the topics that we thought about. You know, it's so ridiculous that it's shameful. Hold on, I'll get some audio coming through my listening device. If you think about it, yeah. Yes, sometimes in training or
I mean, if you don't look at the court, I don't know what happened.
And because you did talk.
It don't become
because you did talk. Naimik. You hear me
go
now?
on.
Clear?
Yes, I hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
So because nobody not supposed to interrupt training, yeah, and they're not supposed to go there, especially political figures. So don't get me wrong. I think say whoever make the assessment is totally right, but really and truly, if you think about it, not only first in this we don't see Dandy. You and a UT boy, were in the last Nations Cup, yeah. And after that, you go now been qualified, we been go after that. Will you travel as well? Go.
Yes.
And you told me that inside there you see all top political figures them. Appear na Morocco.
Na Morocco, yeah.
Yes, and you see all top officials them. You say the dressing room, Leone Stars dressing room was overwhelmed by people that we're not supposed to go there. I remember your rant, if I can call it Dandy, you were very upset at the current administration. They disrupt waiting they're not supposed to. Well, they didn't at the place they do it they're not supposed to do. Say then they disrupt the players' them preparation. But at that point, they will not hear nobody come out and say and make statements. So why on this occasion, because Samura and Cheno they appear, then can make statement. Now that I say, if we're going to let it be, I'm not saying it's right, but if we're going to let it be for the current administration, then we shouldn't have a problem if the opposition self do that. Yeah, if you know how make the opposition do that, you for lead by example and not do it yourself. So that's the problem I have with Sierra Leone. Everything is political, all we administrations then all we institutions in Atong, sorry, are linked to government, and they shouldn't be. Sports should not be linked to government. The statement where they put out was ridiculous. The minister of sports saying that they get for the okay for big people and going to training. Those kind of rubbish, Andy. If you ban anybody from go there, that's fine. We understand, Andy. But then you get for start with yourself. And if the power that the power go and bug in game and go and bug in training, yeah, why you can't stop other people them?
Well, I just threw down a little more for make you say for more spanner, because to be honest to you, I was upset at the African Nations Cup in Cameroon because what I saw in person is not acceptable in international football. And whenever I feel say such thing will happen, where you get the entire supporters, well, not the entire, you get a huge amount of delegations, then they are the same hotel with the players then. Disruptive. Because that means the players, they come hang out with the supporters then, with the government officials then. Possibly none of them not get nothing for do with football self in the first place, but they were all hanging around in the same environment, chilling. chilling, basically chilling. You go to the bar, you go see players, and sit down there playing, and they are manager, and they are people, and they talk, then they drink, and they enjoy, woman and all over the place. It was just not acceptable. Very disruptive. Nemec, I wasn't surprised that we lost that match because the tempo was not there. The preparation was not there. People were not ready. The mindset were not within the game. They get confused. They don't get proper briefing. They don't sit and plan. What do we need to do? This is a crucial match. I don't even know whether that's something like that happened anyway. Because they realized, even when they played in the community dugout, the atmosphere was not good with the boys. They were just like, okay, they're coming out. You don't see the warmth and eagerness in them to win that match, to take us to the next level. Like I said, Kamara was unfortunate that he missed that penalty, but I think he was the best player to me for the tournament. From day one, he was the one that wanted to do everything. He was a defender, he was a midfielder, and he was a striker. He did everything at his age. I don't say a young man, because Kai don't play football on the top flight for more than 20 years. And we all know what it's like for playing football on the top flight for 20 years. You will not be that same person anymore. So this was a reason for him to prove himself to the MSL. To say, I am not just capable in scoring goals here. Unfortunately, he did not score any goal for the tournament. So that was something that I think he was not happy about himself, because this is the first time he's taking part in the African Nations Cup final and he's not able to score a goal. And as a top striker in the MSL, I think he should have deserved a goal or two. That is possibly likely why he took the penalty. But now, penalty take him anyway. We take the penalty, we make a goal for the Nations Cup. We'll be happy with that. Hey, we say Kai Kamara don't make you qualify. Yeah. Then Kai Kamara make you go back home. Yeah, so be that's football. You don't expect one thing today and then you expect the other tomorrow. You're not happy about the one you're happy about yesterday. So that's what it is when you play football. You get ready for take defeat and take them on well. You have to be a very good loser and a courageous one. And a loser will go prepare and come back for win. But again, we haven't been in the same position for like we prepare and come back and win and make sure to qualify. Because if we have that thirstiness in us to qualify back again, back to back, or set the record straight, we're not if we don't mess around with the end game, they will get who's supposed to win. So, because we've done a couple of international friendlies that were totally irrelevant. We have some players that we're looking like, okay, they're not ready yet. How do you know if you haven't tried them? We get players away, then they call for can play match, who know for say basically not capable. You get players away, they turn up for match just at the 11th hour. He still can play. You get players when they're in a team line up or squad of 24, end of the day, we then call them for can you play somebody, he go start. Come on. Are you really serious about football like that? Because I don't think they say any of the coaches, them now all over the world, they think like that anyway. But that's football. We hope and pray that we qualify for the African Nations Cup from 2024. And we believe, say, we qualify, we not qualify, say, I didn't mean that they go. So that is not mandatory. Because I don't think they say the race for later long qualify again. Because if we continue for the race for later long qualify, I don't know when that will happen. So look, we not put we hearts now we are. At least make it inside we had case so no for say it's safe. But always along they put you on the edge. For make sure say the arts then now we at case do not for make it for them. For Lake Man die now. We did work out. But we're not good at because we believe say we have a lot to deliver for Sierra Leone. That get for keep going. All right, let's move on. We're now moving on to the official opening of the airport. Femi, I buy tickets for you tomorrow.
T-boy.
I will let you go.
T-boy. T-boy. No can catch me. Coco.
I buy tickets for you tomorrow for go free.
T-boy, no can miss Bevo because if I give you one, you must for down the Kauda bridge for them.
Let me they say that bridge not for them or there's not to the bridge for them. I lie in the lie. Anyway, events unfold last few days and we realize say the new airport, new terminal, I don't know whether it's the president talking or the minister or the director of aviation or whoever is talking, but we'll take it as it is, that we have a new airport and a new terminal was officially open to the entire public of the Sierra Leone aviation community. We are the one that really fly. What's your take about the opening, Femi? This time around, it was not ceremonious because we did not see any. Well, actually, yeah, there was an official opening because we saw some few people. Vice President was there, isn't it? and a few more other heads of, I think Vice President was there. I think I saw him. I'm not 110% sure, but I think they had a little bit of a small opening ceremony. So what do you think about the opening ceremony of the airport to the public?
So what I remember, see, the opening ceremony was a few weeks ago, T-Boy. And from what I see, it was a very small occasion. Although some people then paint and say have been big crowd.
Because some people Alpha can say the
people they call him
they call him because the video they evidence not to me they talk. He said the people are from Kafubulong. Now 21 million. Is it? So basically, now they're ready for commode. Now they come so for can grace the occasion. But continue.
As I said, the opening was a few weeks ago. From where we see a small crowd, but some man then see na big crowd we na almost million people in. But low left than this so. But this week we saw the first passenger that we use officially. We heard some interviews. But before that day, I saw a video of a very disgruntled flyer. We say Ingo Salon or in travel the above say Ingo use the many airports, but not the only airport Ingo use, and she was not very happy at all. But yet that was a couple of weeks back as well. Then this week we really see then they open them officially. The first passenger we canned on the plane, they interviewed her and she made a few remarks about what you see, what you experience. We don't see beaucoup video then go around. Some video where somebody they talk say look we run beaucoup, then get all kind of whiskey, then get Dolce Gabbana. Not Dolce Gabbana, but still, So it looks like they've spent a bit of money there. It's a shame say we hospital and not get drugs in, but we new terminal gets beaucoup different whiskey them. Just show certain man and priority no more.
All right, that's fine. I think I saw similar kind of videos as well, and I believe say those videos were a direct representation of how the airports look like. But I think, is it going to be the situation where we abandon the old airport, or we get two terminals, Lunge as of now? For me, you feel say illogical for disband that old airport and just focus on the new airport where we can equally get two terminals in the country if we can, because I think say that old terminal is still fit for aviation. I don't know whether we they abandon them and group and the new terminal. What do you think?
Well, Tibo, I'm not sure waiting at the plan for the new terminal and the old terminal. I guess when they open the new one, the old one will possibly not get much usage except if something happened to the new one. Because if you think about it, we not get enough plane in the land salon for warrant two terminals anyway. Outside good for talk, it wasn't necessary. They could have given the old airport a facelift instead of go spend $270 million per a new terminal, whilst the old one, as you say, seemed to have been good enough. They did, they could have used that money they put in them way for big priority. Flying to Sierra Leone, getting to the airport was never an issue. The airport been getting issue them, but it was never a serious issue. One of the major issues then are for commot na the airports now and reach Freetown. Now they, with the fashion of ferry they drift, some man they take pampa they get problem, with they take speedboat plastic, they go inside the propeller with the drift. We don't take helicopter, with the helicopter they don't crash. We don't take helicopter, they don't pray to God till we reach. We don't, the road as well for go from Lunge, that road in like small hills so we the candong for go to the boats them. That road is a mess. There's so many things that we then for don't actually do before when have been more of a priority than than giving me this new building, because I'm not going to call it terminal. where you come inside that terminal, you go spend the same stress for which return. But as I say, usually when you do the NEM project there, so you take a lot of things into consideration. But because it was rushed, because then people are so clearly not know what they do, they went in and then believe say that facelift with them go give you, we all go be super excited and we'll go vote them for on the next election. But I believe say Sierra Leoneans are smarter than that. We just paint something, you can't give you, we accept say that brand new thing.
Well, I totally support that statement there. And myself, well, not thinking say the new terminal was not necessary, but at least if we really get huge amounts of flight control now the country, then we will get 2 terminal in existence. But it means the old establishment of the old airport terminal is going to be abandoned and left to rot. Even if, for example, they're not going to use it anymore as a terminal, but it can be utilized into something else, something that will benefit the community. They can turn it into maybe a shopping mall. So when people jump out of the plane, then go spend time there before they come over, or before people go possibly into the new airport and go come for do some shopping there, I think it would have been utilized in another way. I don't know whether they're going to totally abandon it, but I think if they do, that would be a big mistake, because again, we still waste the resources of some of the things they will for all with some kind of dignity. I think they will for make you feel proud as Sierra Leone, because that Lunga International Airport can be preserved even for various different things then we can utilize them for, instead of them just left on them for making it rot. The example we make a bring now when they come, now the fact say we do have the Bo Southern Stadium where Babadi Dom build, and now the Bo main stadium where former President Ernest Koma been built, they're rotting. They're not able to manage them anymore because they think say it's not relevant anymore to have that. And that is a massive big structure where they will just left no more so for rotting. I think we make a big mistake as a nation. Since we try for politicize everything, anything where this government don't do, the other government people come, they don't go touch them, they go make sure say well, anything where the other government we don't do, they don't go touch them because they want to say we don't go touch them because not what we make them. I think that is wrong. Because we need to be able for maintain any kind of structures the world don't put in place, because politically anybody will take over office, they work on that particular part there anymore, because nothing we don't put that footprints there for start anything of that. So if we look at the airports right now and realize say we want for dump the old one for the new one. And then I don't know about this video, I can't talk about, but there is a video we make the rounds within the past couple of days. We show or highlight the bridge tunnel where the link between the terminal and the flight itself. Apparently, the video that made the rounds was a video where somebody filmed from the terminal. I don't know whether that was from the new terminal, because again, they say we didn't have the old terminal, you need to see the new one. So I believe that was from the new terminal. And the video, they express the fact, say, the bridge will connect the terminal to the flight broke. But try for see, because me and a few people don't get serious amount of argument on that. But before I talk on the arguments, Femi, what's your take on that video? Do you think that video was legit enough to highlight the fact that the connecting bridge from the terminal to the airport, Naimbo, a crack, a shift, or whatever might be the situation, or is a total propaganda by the people that will not like this particular government? Over to you.
T-Boy, I think I see the same video we see, but I see another one where somebody they talk say them is supposed for board the plane. Them is supposed for board the plane, and they ask them see make them not go. So in the first hand account, he was supposed to be walking through that tunnel there, but after the tunnel collapsed, they say make them sit down and wait. And we could hear what's in the talk. Other people in the talk at the background say, well, they're not going to let full work at the gun, no reaching at the plane. No see Salomon the impatient, so they no see plane, they want to fly, they want to go, you want to delay them. So we could hear that. So I really don't think it's propaganda. We saw what we saw. I don't know if now broke the team broke or they overextend them, but you know, no matter what it is, it's again, it's a job that is rushed, and that's some of the issues they now also don't begin to see. Again, I heard that the way the team for them, he actually crack some of the gun. But again, I not see Dandy with me yet, so I don't even see video on Dandy, so I don't know how true it is. But again, I'll say, you know, if you build something in a rush, and you know, take your time, and you know, do your planning, it's not going to last. You're right. We get a habit of selling the same for lefting and for well. You know, maintenance is one big thing. We deeper any project we do. Any project we do, we don't put you costs for actually build or develop the thing. You get for put costs as well for maintain them. You know, and in Sierra Leone, we don't have the maintenance culture. I make Bokuti name not the last salon. And as you say, when the pioneer of the team no they around no more, then now go into the sea. Craig Bellamy built a wonderful academy for football in Sierra Leone. And right now, I should say, if you go to the Craig Bellamy Academy, you go and run water. Think about how many millions of dollars was put into that place, and now it looks like a graveyard. And now you talk about the stadium where President Kuma built. Look at now. You know, we talk about the old terminal. Yes, it's going to be dilapidated soon. But trust me, if we not change we attitude and stuff, even this new one safe here, so gear 1 year, then you will see totally different. You go look, you go the shame for say na the terminal this way people are cry and I'm glad for.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, one thing also we kind of gets me on bone of contention with the new terminal now the fact say we spent 270 million plus. That's not what we know on paper or put the new terminal together. I argued with a very close friend of mine this morning, maybe they fly off to Africa, somewhere in Africa. I'm saying, well, it's an investment. And I asked him, okay, if we say this is an investment, how is it going to benefit Sierra Leoneans? I'm just making a rough analogy of what I think of anyway. Because when you invest in something, it means you do in the interest of either yourself or the people that you want to invest on. So if then say this is not investment and the people need to take the money back, what has changed in this investment? For the fact say we are supposed to pay these guys back with their money or with the money we then take for build the airport, it means also the airport tax we they pay as Sierra Leoneans, they increase. That's one. So if all the taxation of what we supposed to do now this new airport, they rise to the level where you go able to put some strain on the Sierra Leone passenger community where they left for go abroad or for cancel alone. It means, yes, it is not giving us the benefit that we deserve, because that means we are paying exorbitant amounts of money for somebody else's investment. And how is it benefiting us? So I asked the friend and say, well, okay, let's take them for example, say you get a football club. And then me say, they can't invest in a football club for make you club day on the top flight of football. But by doing so, they can't ask you player them where they play for you for me then get a wage cut. And they can't cut spanning wages them because the investments what they can make, it go take una for play now the top flight league then. But for cuts down, una salaries them of the players. If they get £5,000 or 5,000 leons a week, and they begin getting 3,000 leons. Or I tell them, say, well, okay, they can invest on this club. But this investment what they can make now this club, una they begin pay slightly more for the tickets than we una they can buy for watch game. Say for example, if una they pay 1,000 leons, now they can begin pay 3,000 leons. And you know for sure, say the people in way they afford the 1,000 leons, not able to afford the 3,000 leons. So how is that investment going to be of benefit to the people? That's the example I want to make to this particular airport. Yes, we're supposed to pay 270 million back if that is what it is on paper in 25 years. But in 25 years, what are we going to benefit? The luxury that we are going to have, is it going to benefit Sierra Leoneans flying from the old airports to the new airport, like Family Express? Some of the concerns they will be get for the old airport and the fact say with the struggle for come off from Pelican, the one who they take Pelican or claim up that rugged road, that just 5 or 10 minutes drive from Pelican to the airport itself, when at the old airport, was disastrous. Has that changed? No. Okay, no, forget that. Now with the cross ferry from come off from Freetown to Lunge, it's still a disaster. Like Femi say, the ferry go drift because the ferry not good enough. Passenger then go wait for like the whole night because ferry get for travel twice in a day. One in the morning, one in the evening. So if you get a flight where they come by 11 o'clock in the night, you get for wait at that ferry junction. They say 7 o'clock in the morning the next day for make another ferry come for make a cross with you. Has that changed with this new terminal? Hell no. Okay, now let's use the road. We say put local road now one of the best access then for kind of Freetown. We will feel to say safe. It's still as dangerous as anything else. Has that changed? No. So you tell me, what's in this new airport they benefit you as a flight passenger? Are you actually paying for the comfort of actually boarding the same flights where you board, or you are paying for the comfort of the terminal relaxation where you get? What are you paying for? What are you paying for? Because the beautification of a building, is that enough comfort for make you pay $50 or $25 for use that airport day? Is it the same comfort that you possibly didn't get now the old airport compared to the new airport now don't get? The people that they don't go create that establishment as in the markets or the duty free. How much is the cost of the goods then they sell they right now compared to the way they sell the same goods and the same services than at the old airport? Has that rocketed high or is the same? So as a passenger, how will you benefit? Is it based on the comfort that you possibly haven't seen, or the reduction of price, or the benefit of traveling to Freetown without any hassle? Now that way they see this new airport in benefit to me, because as far as I'm concerned, if I get for go struggle for cross Lunge to Freetown, if I get for go struggle with me load they still go missing, then they still charge me extra amount. They go still tell me say, oh, flights don't left you load, or then go still tell me say, oh, you get for pay now maybe $15 per kilo if you get excess. Because nothing has changed with the flight price where you supposed for the buy tickets with, enough affects the new airport at all. The new airport, not forget, nothing to do with your ticket. What has changed that will benefit you as a passenger? Are we happy with that sort of passenger and client or flight attendant relationship? Will it still the benefits we? Femi, what do you think about this? Because that is one of my massive concern. How this investment they benefit the flight passengers then way they travel from Salon and out of Sierra Leone or into Sierra Leone. What do you think?
T-Boy, so it's it is crazy. So if you think about it, the even it's about the money. So let's look at the money, T-Boy. Almost Abig help me. Almost we get for pay for this hotel, this airport.
They say $270 million.
Okay, and how long we get for pay for them? 25
years.
Okay, so let's do the maths quickly, yeah? So if we say 270 million, bear with me quickly.
Go on, I know the way you
270 million divided by 25 years, no so?
Yeah.
You're at $10.8 million, at $10.8 million for a year. Sorry, for Enter the talk. Hold on. 270, 123 divided by 25, yeah. So 10.8 million for a year. Divide that by 12.
Okay.
So they paid $900,000 for a month. Now we the taxpayer they pay this company, whatever this company be. Really and truly, you tell me almost flights in the can salon. Yeah, how will they recoup that money there for pay 900,000 every month to this company? It's almost impossible.
Like we say Suma. Like we say Suma Group for now because now the company will not for say building.
Suma Group. How we as a country who that they pull that money, they almost flights they go salon for a year we will go take, because don't forget say the flight money we will they pay for go salon, not to that money they didn't take pay the airport to, because that need they go to the airlines. A fraction of that yes they go to Sierra Leone. So how realistically how we will pay this money? It don't make sense. The money don't make sense. And as a businessman, if not they don't go, the businessman them from whose country they come out Turkey, the Suma Group, if them businessmen and they really want to make money, they can't make their money in Sierra Leone. So they're there for another reason. If you look at that way, they really actually ask everything for do the old terminal. Something for build a hotel, which again is something that them for don't build before them build this new terminal, them for don't do the roads, Fenway for course, and build some serious hotel them, because when we be small boy, where British Caledonia they go salon and maybe Air France, KLM, and we been get to Russia and one we been to go as well. Don't forget any. Lufthansa, I think.
Yes, Lufthansa.
So we've been get Boku flights and they go, and when them flights and they been to go Sierra Leone, they cool them been a sleepover na Freetown overnight. So the one flight come, the crew they can down, them get boss where they bring them kind to Freetown, then the other crew then go now, then take the flight, then go back. So these airlines are complaining, say the reason why the cost of the flights in Soboku now because they don't get proper accommodation na saloon for accommodate and crew them. So then get for fly go na other country when I did then they go change crew now. So now I make them get for the now make what they do put business. We go and jump. You know, there's many things that we for don't do for don't straighten we fly into Sierra Leone, because now we get our burden day. You know, we especially in the diaspora, we want travel then see now 2,000 something dollar or now 2,000 something pounds. You know, gone are the days we'll be buy tickets for $500-600 or pound. You know, now if you want to go to Sierra Leone, you get for don't save. If you not get good work, you get for don't save something 1 year. You they put a half every month you put 200 pound down. Every month you put 200 pound down for make you buy a ticket. It's ridiculous, and you know, the people that we supposed for the money to themselves and do something, but then they had the opportunity, then go spend 270 million, but then they wasted it into the wrong place. If they don't do, as I say, if they don't do the hotel or at least get the roads them good, sometimes the airline so them for the allow them because we get some lovely hotel inside Freetown. So if we get a good crossing, sometimes they will allow the crew them for go sleep in the hotel and they across the water. But if you don't allow them, they at least build proper hotel for them to go there. So at least until we cost and go can, but they didn't do that. They went and spent money, and something we not get for we country not get for recoup that money they just know. So it's either after 25 years, the people then turn around and say, well, I still owe you X amount of money, so we'll get for keep this going for X amount more year, or then get for all we a ransom for the money. But it's just ridiculous. Say we spend, and not to them money now. We can't give money now. They don't spend so. Now we picking the money because I didn't get for pay for this 270 million rubbish with them bill so.
Well, I agree with you, Femi. And back again, because again, like you clearly say, it's a wrong form of investment. They could have invested that money in something else. But anyway, let's see how it's going to go, because we know they wish bad for this new airport or terminal. Because if we wish bad for this new airport or terminal, we all they suffer the consequences at some point. So we wish for the best what happen to this terminal, make it not create problem for we go make we begin think how for travel for go salon. Make it not create problem for we go make we begin feel say, hey, for go salon now, you not go funny. Oh. But look, we also consider say this new airport or terminal not make much or no difference in your commuting scale for left Lunge for go Freetown or for come off Freetown for can Lunge. It make no difference in you airline ticket, but it make difference in you airport tax. It make difference in you aviation tax or whatever taxation you might be paying for in Sierra Leone before you left Okaisa Salon. It make a huge difference in the amount of stuff that we go buy now duty free. I've never seen people buying stuff now duty free na salon. I know one day attempt self for going a duty free shop. Because that bid way I for buy now Victoria Park for 1,000, the duty free shop they sell on 15,000. So you telling me, what's he make I for buy them na duty free for 15,000? Because we see people and they wait when in the travel now the na European countries, then for go buy stuff in a duty free because duty free can get sales, duty free can sell things the way the price can slightly different from the price the way in the mainstream markets them. Over to you, Femi. I see you want for comment on this.
Yeah, so the word is duty free. That means to say some of them products in the tax exempt.
Yes.
So if you think about it, in the UK, we they pay 20% VAT. Yeah, so if something is duty free, you're possibly not paying that 20% there. Because that money in our government go. So you possibly save 20%, but not really 20%, thinking cuts other half in any panam. But you save something. That's the element of duty free because the duty are the tax. So if you pay something at tax free, then that's the thing. But in Sierra Leone, as you said, don't clearly state, Tiwede na duty free cost 200-300% more than it costs na the general market. But I guess say it's not geared towards somebody like you. It's geared towards the tourists and with somebody with fly cam.
People the tourists don't spend all the time like Victoria Park and not see almost the big
well, sometimes you anyway they go back. But sometimes you anyway they come inside for the first time, they reach Sierra Leone, they want a momentum, something then go by. I don't think it's a bad thing. As I say, for me, it's just not the right investment at this time in we country in history. There's too many things there. The dollar is, we talk about 200% of team from Victoria Park to Yanda. The dollar don't go almost 100% in less than 4 years, increase. So, we get major problem in our salon where we don't begin solve with them money there. So if we go spend money, let we spend money and put them for work the right way. Right now, if you struggle, I would advise you not buy fancy motorcar. If you able buy property, yeah, and they talk to as a man to man, yeah, because motorcar the moment you pull on a showroom, it don't drop 10-20%. Yeah,
it don't hold.
And a drop it drop every day. The value of the motorcar they drop, but if you buy property, the value of the property they increase as time they go on. So now the same thing, we don't go invest 270 million pounds until we get for depreciate. We not don't know more the money, the value get for cam, but that 270 million get for dinner we aid, and something then get for add interest per annum. We go to pay forever and a day, and sometimes if we not take them, then we can cut other deal. We go favor them because the money we owe them will never pay them. That's what happens. We go lose certain things in Sierra Leone because we never pay that debt. And like if you go take loan at bank, you know able pay. If you go take mortgage at bank, you know able pay for the also you go take the mortgage, waiting happen and you can't take them back like yan. So you understand? So there must be some clause where the businessman they know say salon clearly not get for pay this money. But where they not pay this money now, this way would they go hold them, gold them by them. Make I not talk the word.
Two pepper stone.
Yes, they go all we back with 2 pepper stone. That's it. Thank you, T-Boy.
All right, that's funny. But Kukoto don't arrive, so I want for the Kukoto say hello to viewers then and tell her what to make been there because I will not talk say he gets on assigned duties then we they run at the moment. So over to you, Koto. Say hello and welcome to viewers then because they all be they wait for you. Koto Juma no they come. Koto Juma they come. Over to you, sir. And take over.
Hello, Fambulem. On a good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night. I'm glad for the today as well. On how they go inside the Republic. And I know, seriously, T-Boy and Femi, then they do a wonderful job. So I'm happy to be here. As always, I know I'm in at the Iran boy, and I'm in the send all over the place. So, well, thank God I'm here, alive. Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslims out there. We not get forgive Ramadan shout out it the first time. So we're here. Over to you, T-Boy.
All right, thank you very much, Koto Juma. Welcome to the show and welcome to How to Go Inside the Republic on YouTube and Facebook. And this now how far we don't go so far. We don't talk about the John Kista saga in the Salon football. We just did now the second part of the topic of discussion. Like I tell you, say the topic of discussion not Boku on the list, but Iboku on the talking. And on the talking, it's just been me and Femi so far. We don't talk about what an hour and a half. Just one topic, we don't cover, we'll just take up by the second one. And the second one, now the panel, the first power, the official opening on the airport and the new terminal, and waiting at the state of and waiting we feel say will be beneficial for Sierra Leoneans, and waiting we feel to say Sierra Leoneans then go able to say, yes, we are proud of this. It's not a bad thing that we have a new airport, but what happens to the old one and how we need able to maintain restructures them because we not feel to say be able to deal with things then we sometimes possibly look like I say don't all we were able to try for revamp them into something else. So that discussion then you meet with her, and I believe say that discussion that we meet with her, we don't sit down and one. So what's your take on them? We don't talk about the John Kista victory for Leone Stars, and we did now on the new terminal in airport. But the bridge, we're not come back the bridge too, because Femi say in at the bridge in sea. But unable to identify whether the bridge collapse, crack, or fall down. But we can't talk down there. But what most priority we don't talk about so far, and just give you a quick review and analysis on the two topics then.
Well, Fambulem, again, thank you for being with us. Obviously, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Will be the hammer John Kista Naya. He was the subject of discussion within Levi's T-shirts and all of that. So just for sure now what Sierra Media is made of, we nothing personal here. We see something, we discuss and we get our own different viewpoints. We moved on. Today, Leone Stars won, and that's good. They are third in the group, right? Yeah, they are third.
They are third in the group with 5 points.
With 5 points, so still a long way to go, but it's it shows that they're working. So again, we'll be happy to say thank you to John Kista and the squad. We do a good job for fly the green, white, and blue, and we hope for more victory. And we hope say government no go politicize the tournament and make sure say they allow waiting supposed for happen and give the team the support we then require for do the job for make Salon proud. Because thank you say we look for support other countries or glad for other people, but because they're doing something good. Sport is entertainment, so we want to be entertained by our own, and we want to make sure say they left for fly with 50 officials and 20 players, so because that money they use for the extra 50 officials, we're not getting nothing for go do they. They're not even go support. You can use that for beef of the team or put that money the academy football if we have one, or if we not get one, try for build academy football for build the next generation of players we can take over from which we get right now. But well done to the squad, and I think they did a good job. They can do better. They just need the encouragement. So on the sports side, that's what I'll say. On the airport, Femi, I don't know how we don't reach you because I want photo, but I don't know waiting at the thing the owner don't cover. So, you know, filming. Because we couldn't for talk about that airport there.
Yeah, so Juma, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, so T-Boy been talk about, you know, he went on and on and on about waiting the app into the old terminal. You know, as I say, for me, it will fall into disrepair because we don't have a culture of maintenance in Salon. And even not even the old terminal itself, even the new terminal, you know, get a few months, get 1 year, or at least get 2 years, we go see say all we to be glady for good on pass. So you know we spoke about the maintenance of we talk about the, so I said that we should have spent the money possibly on developing an airport in Lunge, where some of the flight attendants for able for use, so that we for able for the get hopefully direct flight into Freetown and then change Kuna Freetown instead of then get to go change Kuna other country. You know, or build the road between Lunge and between the airport and the terminal for, or in the boat terminal. You know, that rugged road way where you pass the normal, if you don't eat fufu, you barely don't turn over. You know, or work on with ferry structures so that we not get ferried with the drift and cause more havoc. So those are the points that we'll talk about really. What happened to this? Why we spend this kind of money on such a lavish and possibly useless project? I did some calculation. I say 270 million over 25 years. It's $900,000 a month. I not believe so we get enough airlines or enough flights them into Sierra Leone per month for make them make whatever passenger they make per week tickets them for make them make that 900,000. So I don't know what's going to happen after the 25 year done. Because I not believe say inside 25 year we go pull that money there.
Well, you know, more or less when I don't touch about the whole, you know, more everything really. The sad part for we country, we all know, people make wrong political decisions. Okay, why make us a political decision? Because this was a political project more than a development project. Even if you're making political project, do things that will resonate with the majority of people, things will go benefit the majority of people. Yes, we airports not there to the standard way supposed for they compared to other countries, but is that the only thing we need? Is that the most important thing we mind for a struggling nation? Because if the president now admit say things were not working, he highlighted the, you know, the state of despair in the country, the state of hopelessness, the poverty and all of that. But then when you come in, all you focus on is to put the country in $270 million debt for a terminal, non-existing airport. If you not been do a new terminal, Salon not a function? That's the first question you ask yourself. You understand? Now you don't build terminal, but yeah, you not get hospital, proper hospital. You don't have a proper diagnostic hospital. And you say you not promise people the thing that you promise you don't deliver. You say you not been promised with Lunge Bridge. You didn't promise a new terminal at the same time, but you prioritize that. But the things that we supposed to be social service deliveries from government, where now basic needs for everyone, because not to everybody they fly, but everybody they seek or need medical care in Sierra Leone. That talk about the 8 million people or 7.5 million people who we get. Everybody at a point in time need medical. You need it. So that therefore be priority. And you will spend less than $270 million for build a state-of-the-art diagnostic center in Sierra Leone. Because when you get the diagnostic center, then you'll have the expertise. You might not necessarily have the expertise for start. you can bring in, you can source out, you can source from Ghana, from Nigeria, from other countries to come and help in Sierra Leone whilst we train we own them for able to do proper diagnostics. Because this is the reason why people fly out of Sierra Leone. Not to say we don't get doctors. We have doctors, but the doctors are powerless without the facility, without the equipment, without the resources the way they need. You know, if you don't do tests, now guess what then they do? Just like how you get motorcar and fancy, I want to talk about motorcar, you get fancy motorcar at home, but you don't get proper garage. You don't get proper technicians. They're not even the technicians, and they don't get the tools for diagnosis for. So they will guess, them poorly motorcar. So it's the same with the human being. You know, in our hospital, that's the problem. So if government don't prioritize just that one thing, just one, there's just that one thing there, would have been singing the praise of this government. No government not able to do everything within 5 years. But the key things them. But is it because government thinks say, oh, healthcare now a long-term project, it is not visible, it's not tangible. No, but if you do me go na hospital, I get proper treatment, and they can't talk I will say, but where President Bio come. Now under President Bio in government, now we get proper medical care in a salon. If you been go, you still get contract with the Turkish ship, right? For provide with power. If you do something with them, for we get the same kind of arrangement we do with the airport, because they make a comparison, because a Turkish company as well can do airports. If you been spent $270 million for improved electricity in Sierra Leone, where the whole country go get light, the whole country will get sustainable and light will be able for make sure them power and do things then the people can relate to them, because everybody in a salon needs some form of electricity. But not everybody in Sierra Leone need a first-class airport. Only the privileged few. Is it because the president left for fly? So for exactly, people don't come to Sierra Leone because of the airport. When they want to come to your country, what they ask for is, how do I get there? Is it safe? Does it have medical facility? What's the situation like in the country? What is there to do? Tourism. You understand? So 5 things. They don't care about whether you are broko or not, because that's the last thing they see. That's the last thing they consider before coming to your country. When they come, now the first thing that they see. But if you go get a new terminal, then you get broko road for going to the, how you call the place? Domso to Sea Coach, for go Pelican or whatever. How scary that is in the first place. You know, you not even improve the road, Potlok or Lunge road. If not just that road, they self no more you do. That is encouraging. So I just want to say, for me, this new terminal, let me tell you what's going to happen. When a next government comes, if we want for renege on that contract, then they pull all lengths in and the way they force. A prefab, you understand? All they need now for how they call that power tool they lose.
Yeah.
Power tool, you know, now bolt and not, then pull all in and take out and crangle. That's it. How many countries there we don't see where they get contracts with China for new airport? What happened? They ended up seizing the airport because it doesn't belong to them. So for right now, for the next 25 years, that particular space there does not belong to Sierra Leone. It belongs to Suma Group. They can do anything that they want. You hear people and they tell you, say, we don't go there first, the first day. It's still like an unfinished place. It gets about 3 or 4 cubicles for, you know, the restroom. You know, past 6. How can you have an airport like that? You don't get more than 6 cubicles for go, you know, do a pit stop. You see, that's one thing. You go there. It's supposed to be international standard, but they pick and choose the currency that you use. They only use dollars. Dollars, not pounds, not euros. Even you own Sierra Leone money, then therefore they convert it, you get for pay the equivalent of their own dollar rate where then they give you. Their rates. So you have to have dollars for do things then the restaurant they will then get, whose kind of food then gets there. Is there anything Sierra Leone about it? So a lot of bull crap, you know, they can hang pawi and then say, you know, we for glad for that, or we not like development. What is development about the airport? People are still paying $25. I searched for tickets for a particular time, Nayaso, for Go Salon. The minimum ticket I saw online was $3,500. The minimum, the time I put for Go was search. So imagine, if me don't pay $3,500 to go to Sierra Leone, me as Sierra Leonean, I have, you know, a vested interest in Sierra Leone. I have more than enough reason to go to Sierra Leone. So tell me about the other person. We're not a Sierra Leonean. We go look, say one for go vacation. You convince them. Tibo, you Femi, you convince your colleagues there na your workplace. Tibo, you convince your company there you know, your workplace and other people they deal with. They say, okay, yeah, let's do this vacation. And they say, guess what? How much is ticket? It's $3,500. They'll think it twice. Yeah, because the first way they remember, I can go to Spain for $150. I can go to where? Dubai.
In America.
For 500 quid. You understand what I mean? Eh? Where I will get quality life and maybe a hotel inclusive $1,000. You understand, or £1,000. So they start making them kind of, what you call it? Oh, why should I go to a place where they don't even have a proper medical? Mosquitoes are going to bite me there. Maybe it's not even safe. Or because they go read all length here, where they go check Amnesty International, then show you the record within the country. They go afraid for goodie. So these are the things I will highlight, you know, in a nutshell.
No, for back you up into that, when I was ready to go to Morocco, now in this lucky boy, so we get past all kinds of things. He sent me pictures, videos of Africans being massacred in Morocco. I say, FME,
yeah.
Send me this video.
Exactly. Now, what you been there for member for look for airport because now you think of course. The first thing is your safety. You're going to a country that you have never been to before.
So when Femi sent me that video, I was so afraid. And I'm like, I'm going to a country that is so hostile against Black people. How am I going to survive here? So I start thinking of possibilities and start thinking of some of the things that will not be in my favor. But when I was going to Cameroon, I did equally the same. So basically, there was rumors of videos. Usa will play with last match. Na Limbe say there were rebel attacks. Yeah, there is. It's still there. And the rebel then make video that way them post na Twitter and Instagram say it's una be the cut and then as well. They can't chop una. Then show actually videos of people being chopped. Say it's una they say una they can now. Una na salon boy no more. Una can they meet with, but they can make sure to barbecue una. And Juma, to be very honest, from we start the border of Limbe from Douala, there was armed, fully well-armed military personnel for that entire 2 hours journey until we get to the airport. Every 5 or 10 minutes drive, you go see 15 or 20 military men armed. Either then they're on a standby position or then get the artillery and internal. Inside the bush there, you see them so physical. So it was not a scary position. It was a reality. So now, if me they come for Congo Salon, obviously I will for check all the possibilities. Because people that still they feel say, oh, Usai Ebola we don't they still not safe. So basically people are thinking. Then they check the WHO website about Sierra Leone. Then they check the UN human rights on Sierra Leone. Then they check the rates at which people then they die in Salon, and they check the rate of crimes in Salon, and they check almost everything because they're going there for the first time. If me African, they go to an African country and they check. Talk less about somebody who is something to Africa or European. They can't.
Quickly, you see, this government is selling a narrative that, oh, once you highlight these issues, that means you're not patriotic, you don't like Sierra Leone. What they're failing to understand, with development partners, you understand, the other countries who get multilateral and bilateral relationships with, they have all these reports on their websites. Yeah. So as a citizen of America, if the person wants to go, no matter what me tell them, we get connection because for say I get for selling the good part, the bias part of Sierra Leone because I want them to go. Their next port of call is to check the State Department's website. Okay, it is there. The CIA, the website, they tell you everything about Sierra Leone, but safety, but the economy, but transportation, petty theft, this, that. You understand? Around election term, it's volatile. For what kind of net. That not to me they tell them as Sierra Leonean. So the government waiting and supposed for do is to do what is right for make sure say those people waiting at the international community go report good things about Sierra Leone. Just like how we own people within our government, they run for go Dubai, for go vacation day, they run for go other countries them, go take pictures, go collate, snap, make video, pull hints by we the one that we vote for them. You understand? Say then they live the life. You understand? They're all they run for go Turkey weekend. Right now, why? Because Turkey they provide waiting they need. So why can't you do the same? You're not going to Turkey because of the Turkish airport. No, the airport is important, but it's not, in the preference of things, the up yonder. It's not up there. That is not our priority as a country where they struggle. The economy, how can you, as a sober government, you say the world is struggle, the outside the struggle, so now make Salon save the struggle, but you still go put Salon for unnecessary debt of 270 million at the time when Ukraine and Russia war, they according to it, because they blame for all things. Do you know if that war is going to escalate to a point wherein we're not going to even get a flight where they're going to Salon? You don't know that. So even certain, if you're making business decisions here, you look at the other risk around before you make certain commitments. The people put halt on projects because possibly it is not conducive at that time. So is Sierra Leone. Is it okay to have a wonderful and airport? Definitely. But is it our priority? What is the use of an airport, fancy airport, when you don't have proper medical, when you don't have healthy, quality, clean drinking water in the country. People, by now, Salon for don't alarm, the thing the way the country, they put, for say, this epidemic in the country, that is what they don't care about. People get sick every day of typhoid and malaria, right? That should be a public health emergency wherein a sober government for putting all their resources into that, for make sure say you curb that one in your country because it's a threat. Every day, they lose more people to malaria and typhoid than anything else. Because why make they say that? That is what they diagnose in hospital. How many people, if you get 50 people will call you out today, T-boy, say they're sickness alone, where you ask they're waiting and they tell you.
For the malaria.
For the malaria.
And now the posh one and they get ulcer.
Ulcer. So you see, now by grade the sickness day. So you prioritize your health care, then you go begin to prioritize a 270 million terminal. And you're forcing people to accept this for jubilate that you've done development. Yeah, it's a political decision, but it's a poor one still. You can't campaign with that airport. That's not what the people eat. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Juma. I don't say the political minded Juma don't come. The discussion don't change. Get away. Definitely, we don't see the dynamics of the discussion right now. It's A or not political. But anyway, that's the facts of what we do here. We change dynamics as we go along. And the dynamics where they change is always going to be on the same agenda. We need a shift them at all. We'll always bring and come back to the direction. But now let's have the confirmation. Is it true that the bridge collapsed? Or it wasn't the bridge that collapsed? Or a crack? Or not to the bridge crack? What happened? Spare me. I hear you take earlier on say the video you see, now fact video. And what you see, now the fact say somebody else been there with the talk say, well, they don't put wall down. I'm not going to left when I look back go inside the plane because they be very impatient, as we know how Solomon. What's your take on the bridge? Look, we wrap this particular session with the bridge. Over to you.
Yeah, so T-Boy, the bridge, whatever you call them, pathway, footpath, collapse. It collapse either poor design or poor training, and the people that really operate sometimes have overextended it to a point that the weight at the other end, cannot forget the other end now it shoots out. So once they shoot out, there's nothing supporting that. So if you think, say, if you all something now you and you all are near your body, yeah, the farm, you know, it not go collapse that easily. Yeah, especially if you get weight. But if you all am across and you all am for long, where you all you unsafe, Tiba, where you be so remember you be Nambog? What then it say, what then they put you punishment? It says it him up so. How long? After 5 minutes, you and they begin now.
Of course, what's happened to you?
It's
of course, because the weight it make you feel tired and they drop because the weight's not heavy and it's constant.
Yeah, and because it's far from your torso. So it's not the problem, and it's simple physics, T-Boy. Yeah, that's in the way then they extend that to the plane. Not get that way they hook up, so it just did it. So basically, if you put too much weight on them, if you don't overextend them, and there's a lot of weight on them, there's only one way it's going to go, and it's down. You know, so simple thing like that. And I can say it's either poor design, poor management, poor training, poor execution, but something poor and the one thing. The thing collapse, it collapse. No matter how they paint them, yellow, green, pink, it collapse.
All right. I'll take your word for it because with the physics example we don't give is fact because I did physics as well. And where there is enough pressure and there is not much power to sustain the pressure, the only thing you get for go, don't. Over to you, Juma. What's your take?
Yeah, again, you see, breathe.
That's a pretty one. You want to think of what you want for say.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, with this, the footbridge, the walkway, whatever you want to call it, the jet bridge, whatever you want to call it, okay? It's a new thing in Sierra Leone. So when they take pictures, these are the images they showed us to show what is different about the old terminal building, okay? That una see, this is what we're using to justify that $270 million is pittance. Una look this bar, we don't ever get this. I know people where go and we say then go do a tour, where then do a media tour. For the first night in life, they see escalator, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see some people, it was like, oh my goodness, me said don't carry this escalator. People don't begin to promise for they go do photo shoots. Now the new terminal, okay, building, yeah. So that day they force, that escalator not be the work at one point, okay? The same day with that bridge they make, because I know a few people that traveled. You know, one guy do a commentary and talk about things that we infield say wrong. They say, and in the pray, let angry, not ketchup, na lungi.
Why?
Because the food they expensive.
Wow.
The one the way they drink stouts, you know, then jallo them. Then say the one bottle stout now 180,000 leons. Not so bad, that then jallo then
jallo then if it's a
and then Madingo fumble and then they drink.
My left minute, they can't bring what are you?
Yes. So na joka de joko is just a joke, okay? I will not know that. We have our own banter, the bars and the jallos and the fullers and madingos. So for you to understand, don't take it seriously.
And you put the corner, not mix for this one, this
No, not yet. Not for this one. No.
You mean a calendar?
Yeah, you can later. So $180,000.
Before you done that, remember say, Femina, for remind me, for ask you about the political party NDA. Continue.
Okay, all right. So the one where they drink, you know, they talk about what the policy right. It's 180,000. So I don't drink, so I don't know what the cost of a pint of stout, you know, and I don't even care. Anyway, I'll accept it be 5 million. It's not my thing. So, but I just highlight them. For some people, when they go and collect for cuts, then 1 or 2 bottles, when they, you know, when they sit them around for hang out with people and they talk and all that thing, and they try for wind down on the Sierra Leone stress, or we come in, they want for taking 1 bottle or 2 for carrying ready for the salon stress. So it's
after the airport.
Yes. Yes. So either way. So if they don't talk that, but then the bridge itself, the images where we see show say it collapse. Waiting at the cause, we don't know. So if you have a sober government, the ministry or airport authority for able for tell the people of Sierra Leone waiting cause that, because it's a new thing. You understand? What you want to do is to eliminate the propaganda, the conspiracy theories, the he say, she say business. Once you get an official release, at least from the authorities, at least we go begin read down and scrutinize. But have you seen any explanation to that since that thing happened?
I was looking forward to one, but I did not. Because the reason why I was looking forward to one, now foresee what's in the official statement of the airport authorities in regards to that.
So, as always, this is how they treat the people of Sierra Leone. We are not answerable to you. We can do what we want and get away with it. You don't want a government like that. I'm not talking about Suma Group. I have no dealings with Suma Group. The government of Sierra Leone do have a dealings with Suma Group. So now then for all Suma Group accountable for something like that. But it's a hush hush, oh, no left there no more, then we'll forget about it after 2 days, other thing will come up back. But then at the same time, you're getting upset because people video the thing and put them out. They put it out there because they want to see if a responsible government or people in authority or government agencies will pick that up and tell people with COVID, with accident, with stadium, with this, with thievery, with robbery in a bank of Sierra Leone, everything, with killings, na Pademba Road prison, you don't hear anything. But at the same time, they don't want people to ask questions or to talk about this thing. So that thing there, as the video himself see, for as long as government not come out and debunk them, that stand for be the truth, you know, and it is scary, it is concerning for Sierra Leone. Did they bring substandard equipment? It come back to the same way Femi they say earlier about maintenance. So if the first the way they use the thing, it don't begin for done so. What guarantee we have that this thing is going to stand the test of time and going to be there for 25 years? If you know, will collapse in the next 12 months. That's one question. Secondly, who are you holding responsible for this? Are they asking questions? Do they have that in their contract, or they have a freehold to do whatever they want with the airport? Because the Lunge Airport is now owned by the Suma Group, not so 2 separate airports. Lunge International Airport, Freetown International Airport is owned by Suma Group until they recoup their money. Sierra Leone does not own an airport. Not so airline, we not get airports. It's not ours. It's owned by Suma Group. So people have to know that. So that thing there, it's concerning for we. Who are you going to hold responsible? We don't know. Just like the last time, previous government, what you call them, a plane catch fire, the fire engine, the driver take the key, go waka. Sometimes we didn't have a tire base or one poyoba, is sidonde, you understand? It just who are they all responsible? Nobody. Now hush hush. So we're going to have the same problem with this one. It's not going to change anything because they don't care about changing. They just want the optics. That's it. And then now we don't get the one hit wonder. How many people they talk about airport again?
Very few people, especially the one with the friend. Nobody make reference because it's for the first time, maybe, possibly. But anyway, I listened to what you said, and I think I take them into very high esteem for the fact that again a huge amount of money has been spent on that particular establishment, and I believe say we possibly look for something where to better the people of Sierra Leone, not to something where they can hinder we progress at some point. Yes, it is an investment that anybody will wish for their country, but I don't think it's the right form of investment at this particular point in time, especially where they can't abandon the old airport in order for going to use anymore, and then we can't start this new one.
Therefore, they call it in old airport, say the old terminal building.
Well, we call it old
airport. Let we correct Naya. Let we not join there with the propaganda. It's not, we don't have a new airport. We have one airport and we have a new terminal building.
All right. Again, we get conflicts of information from the Minister of Information, from the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and from the officials of the airport authorities. Who is saying the truth? Who will you believe, when the Minister of Information tell you say na new airport, when the Director of Infrastructural Development under the Office of the President of Dr. Julius Madabio, when Professor, what's your name again? Tambi. In I saw his documentary put together in the form of an interview where he expressed himself and say it is a brand new airport. So who should we believe? Dr. Tambe, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, the Minister of Information, or the officials of the Lunge International Airport? Who should we
Professor Tambe will tell you what he wants the people of Sierra Leone to hear. Okay, it's part of the propaganda team because this person gets vast experience in aviation. Okay, but if he decide for join, for come, misinform the people of Sierra Leone, that is sad. It is sad. But the president in tweets for later on record in say new terminal building.
Not just tweets, he said it in person.
Right. So the president in your statement, so you're not going to quote the president tomorrow, but the president allow people in government, I'm not saying SLPP supporters, people in government positions to lie on his behalf, and he's quiet about it. Because remember, the president will get, wait till you don't tell me, you have to remind people and hold them by their word. Okay, we're dealing with people where they decide the fate of 7-point-something million people in lives. I mean, could they say you vote now you live? Once you hand that over for the next 5 years, you have yourself to blame. Wait till the president been tell we before where they talk to his supporters then. I should be seen to be calm, but that does not mean you should be calm. So in this case, the president on record for correct saying a terminal building, but you are okay to go and run the propaganda that it's a new airport. It's the same scenario. So they're all the lie to the people of Sierra Leone.
Okay. So we take the president in word for the primary statement of correct statement, and then the others are stories. Because again, for listening to what the president say, and we take the president in word. So as from now on, I will refer to the president, say he don't put together a new terminal. But then they ask what's the difference between a terminal and an airport. I think we don't answer that question the last
before,
week. Yeah. But low repeat them for again, make you understand. Over to my learned gentleman, Mr. Obafemi Pamane, the bookman. we don't define these two.
Yeah,
so then I think he wants.
It's an airport, it's not a terminal.
So what you call them? The airport now the whole infrastructure, right, of the place.
The entire space.
Yeah.
The terminal are one green area.
One area, outside the plane, then the car. You understand? We go taxi, car, what you call it. The terminal building, now there they go check in, now there they go pass, now the gates, the one there go pass, we go say terminal 1, terminal 2. That's a terminal building. So that is what they have extended. The airport is the whole infrastructure of the whole area all the components there, because for let you get an airport, you need a terminal, you need terminal building, you get a cargo area, you get hangars, you get, outside the emergency day. So you have all those things.
So Juma, on that note today,
yeah,
you say Suma Group own the Wano airport now.
Correct.
So because they can't give you a new terminal, then seize with Wano airports by default.
Correct, yeah.
Poor planning.
Because if you look at the thing, you don't. If they are saying this is a new airport, it's supposed to get its own code separately. A separate code from FNA.
And that code they not to tell they can't easy.
They can't easy because they therefore do all checks for them meet international standards. Okay, that's a simple example. Recently, we see Babadi they build stadium also.
Yeah.
There's an existing stadium in Bo, right? Where
I don't highlight them earlier on. Yeah.
Right. Then now you have the Southern Arena, okay, where you see for let able for operate according to a note where I see today, then send people them for can check for see if it meets international standard for play games, the FIFA standard. According to the report where I said, they say they don't can check everything, the pitch, if it even if they play small, but if fit for play any international match because it get a requirement. So it's the same thing. If you say you have a new airport, no country or airline will fly their plane to a new airport that has not been certified. You understand? It will not meet international regulations. They are coming there because it's a new terminal under the existing airport where we get.
So what make you justify the fact say the airport is owned by Suma Group, where Suma Group only build the terminal?
Because again, they're going under what? FNA. Our official name, that the area na Lunge, but we code is Freetown International Airport or whatever it is. That's what it is. FNA, na the IATA code that one day. Where then they give you, they give two codes to the same airport. They don't do that.
It's national airport.
Yeah, Freetown National Airport. So you see FNA, that's it. So when they call them, say Freetown International or whatever, or Freetown Lunge International, whatever name they want for call them, they're doing it on purpose just for justify, say we spent $270 million in debt on behalf of Sierra Leoneans to this group. In essence, they mortgaged our airport to Suma Group.
Okay. Because me not believe say it is a financial viable deal, because at the end of the day, I don't highlight the fact say when you invest like that in Sierra Leone, you want to foresee what will be the benefit of your investment. Because as far as me concerned, if I go buy the same breed way I buying at the old airports 5,000 leons, then I can buy at this new airport 10,000 leons, then it will serve me purpose. If I go back again for go struggle for cross, for go over to Lunge and for Kamot Lunge for Camfriton, then this new airport no serve me purpose. This new airport will only serve me purpose if it make me journey easy for go and for Kamot na Lunge airport itself, whether I go out of the country or at the inside the country. Over to you, Femi. I see one for comment.
Yeah, one thing, anytime I use the ferry, literally, I believe, well, wait I see more people them, they travel, go Lunge and back to Freetown than people with the fly. So it shows that there's a whole community we need transportation back and forth to Lunge. We possibly not getting much for do with the airports.
Correct.
So that money, as I said before, could have been used, for on the crossing side of things, because then it may for benefit a huge number of Sierra Leoneans them, where the airports really and truly not me you two no more, and a few foreigners it benefits. Majority of the Sierra Leoneans them, how many of them go almost you say Juma $3,500? You tell me now, even we waiting at the diaspora, but who of you get for dig deep inside our pockets for able for pull down money there for go holiday? if you see a lot of Sierra Leoneans and they go holiday in other countries now rather than they go back home. When my friend went to Sierra Leone on a business trip recently, and he said to me, most of the people waiting at the flight go salon for begging. And as Juma say, we get a vested interest for go salon. We get many things that we go salon for. And most of them tending not to for just enjoyment. Yes, some people they go Christmas and they go for go enjoy, but majority of people who they go back and forth to Sierra Leone is for other family occasions. Them, especially as I say lately, bury them. And if we look at the burying them, they'll get for begin look at the hospital and the medical care in Sierra Leone, because people are dying from nothing. Easy disease them way the West don't forget say they exist. We people and still they die about them because our governments aren't doing what they're supposed to do. You take 270 million. Why they call the money? So me foot they all the shake. You take 270 million and they try to imagine waiting that money they for don't do inside salon. You put up on something we no get forget with money back. Juba, waiting go happen to that airport if we never pay.
I don't talk earlier. I said na Bolton not. Then they unscroll thing and go to.
Plus the money all don't pay.
Everything are prefab down there. They're able for inside one day, they're able for put all things down if they want. Yeah, and you can't stop them. There's a contract.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. I think we'll wrap up the Lunge Airport now, because even though we know for say the discussion around the Lunge Airport not get for end, now ongoing discussion, and we go look for see the proper use of the airports. We go benefit Sierra Leoneans, the way they fly in and out, or also possibly benefit the people within the community, because not so just for the flyers and the flying in and out of the people and we no more for benefit. I think it will be something where the whole community for benefit from. So the hope and pray say it continue for be beneficial, and maybe then go get a rethink. It depends on what's in June 24 or 23rd get for hold. Then we'll be able to determine exactly what will be the rethink. Now we're moving on.
Before we move on, we're not going to get somebody from the airport and can talk to you. So somebody in authority.
We don't try small, but we can still try. And we get people away, they watch right now. If you have any connection, any link, although we don't get director of aviation, isn't it, Juma?
Yeah.
Stages. Oh, go approach a mark again and see if he's available. If not, still they do, because we know for say this government good at changing personalities based on their financial activity. So I make a slow motion down for make you understand properly. But we'll move on. Like Femi say, we'll see whether we'll be able to get people who will come and talk on these issues. But as of now, I think every politicians they either AVC or SAPP depend on what topic of discussion they bring and come on, but they are very skeptical to come on public platform and talk. The turn away, then they at peace, they not talk. Meaning at peace, where then they at luxury or liberty for do whatever they want to do, they know they talk. So now they go talk. I'm not sure, but we'll try and see if we can get them for come talk about the issue they are so what they talk about. Some men they're gonna have that platform though, but I think they're afraid with platform. They say we the bet. I don't know how we the bet, but true, ask for talk. And nobody
and thank you, Lamin, but they don't post example of codes them, right? In what you call them in the UK, you have Heathrow, they have their own code, right? Birmingham, Blackpool, Gatwick, and it puts Freetown International Airport, FNA, IDD as code. You have just one code for one airport, So what we get Hastings get their own code.
Yep.
Separate from, Lunge. Alexander, a small place, you get a code.
All right, no problem. We will come to them coded areas and then see what to make Hastings get code, Lunge get code, but Hastings code is not effective.
But the new terminal not get code.
No.
The new terminal not get forget code because not just a terminal building. The terminal code, we defend the code for now with the gang we own code.
So not a new airport.
Exactly. Airport, of course. But the president don't talk out, so I don't know why people go and beat around the bush. And the president and statement that would take now because they are the first gentleman of the country. So whatever he says into anything where he don't develop. Now one thing no more we talk about developments where we counter. Then I Femi in bridge, Magban.
Boy, let's just make one example. Sometimes it will make small sense to people always still they doubt.
Go on.
So look at the airport, like a motorcar. Where you go license motorcar, no one motorcar no they get different license.
SUV or Pajero?
Or Prado.
Or Prado, which one?
Yeah, no, na Hilux.
Choose one. Hilux, SUV or
no, we call it Prado.
Prado, okay.
You call it SUV. We call it Hilux.
SUV, but if you call them Prado, that's fine. So go ahead.
But we call it Hilux. And so they're confusing. So now like a motorcar, where you go for go license na road transport, SLRSA, okay? Where you go, then they give you 2 license for the same motorcar. Now 1 green license. So if T-Boy gets...
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I'm not agree.
No, but I'm not talking about the Yuki I talk about...
I want to make you not sure about that too, because I want to give you an example, but go ahead.
Official. Pass na the motorcar number where you get, I call it, the motorcar where they I call it, the container, where they lead the container, I no more you get police number plate, they get private number plates. You know.
We don't see motorcar where then get a license for SUV, but not Daxon 120.
Okay. So, but you're not supposed for. So that's what it's like. So 1 motorcar, 1 license plate. So just consider the code, the FNA code, as the license plate for the airport. That's it.
Yeah, I agree to that. That's a justical example, because again, like you say, car license can never be the same. You can never have 1 car license for 2 cars. Definitely not. The car engine number is never going to be the same as the other.
Yeah, the VIN number not the same, and they change.
Yeah. So basically, you're not able to make those comparisons. Definitely, I agree with that analysis there and the facts. So the fact of the matter is 1 airport, 1 code. 2 terminal, 2 names. Itro now HTR International Airport. It gets terminal 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's na LHR.
Well, yeah, into Heathrow International Airport. But it gets London International Heathrow Airport or so. I don't know how to call it anyway. But we know say it gets over 5 terminals.
Correct.
Get north, south, and east wing. Now north and south wing, that's we get.
Yeah.
Go to terminal 1 or 2. Now wings then get. So basically, if you're at the north, you're going to the north or the south or whatever it might be. Lunge, now 1 airport. Terminal, maybe we'll have 2 now, but we have 1 that is going to be active. But let's move on. No can dwell on Lunge Airport where not get for benefits because I need benefits because I don't know when they fly go there. Sometimes you might fly go there soon because I don't know it. But I would like to see they can take me on bird's eye view before I land and when I land and see what's in a different form of hospitality where I go get before I reach now the terminal itself, and then maybe check out the duty-free and see what's in the duty-free goods and services they provide. And possibly see if I can get any kind of hospitality compared to New York. That is what I had somebody say today in one of the videos, the way they take me around the duty free. You see, you got this place in nice, so it's like in New York. I was so upset. The atmosphere, the breathing, the fresh air, or the atmospheric condition where they experience in a New York airport, you can never experience it in Sierra Leone. How dumb can we be? No matter how they make that airport, they say it will never be the same atmosphere. Like even, no, I didn't even make an Itu self. City airport, for example, within the yes, city airport, local city, for example. So we know they make them kind of comparison, and they will be realistic about what we say, what we do, and how we do things. But let's not dwell on this because we get for the panel for the next couple of months, maybe year or years to come. So let's wait and see. For the best to happen, not the worst, because if the worst happen, we all suffer the consequences in different ways, because it might affect we traveling, it might affect the people that possibly work in there, it might affect government, it will affect everything. It will cost we, each and every Sierra Leonean, something from their pockets, their livelihood, their social life, their private, personal, and emotional being. So therefore be very mindful look we no wish bad, because if we wish bad, it go up we all. So look, we wish for the best, and look, we make sure say we benefit from that airport, not to just the choosing few no more way they benefit from them. If we get for restart the whole project again, let's go back and restart it, and then see how it will benefit Sierra Leoneans, because that should be the primary goal. How does it benefit the people of Sierra Leone, not just few individuals that are running the country or that are responsible for making such decisions? So let's move on. Juma, I know say you're a Muslim, me a Muslim, Femina Christian, and we get so many Christian and Muslim brothers surrounded within this month of Ramadan, and we all experience the same kind of religious values amongst ourselves as Sierra Leoneans. I know say you don't hear the message of one of we main runner for the mayoral position in Sierra Leone, winner Mohammed. Now, Gento Mohammed, okay, I don't know if Mohammed, but I think it's Mohammed Gento Kamara, if I can say so. So is Mohammed Gento Kamara who now one of the mosque them na the, I would say, middle east of Freetown, really between the eastern part of Freetown, between Mount Ikot, Kisi Road, or some around that area, the eastern mosque to be specific. Another than Amalingo Mosque, or some mosque or Timini Mosque, I can't remember. But we see a video from within a mosque, and it preach or it campaign or it make a statement about religious discrimination, wherein he made few statements. We will possibly can play that video there for make people them, or just remind people and we possibly don't see the video, or we make people and watch the video back again for the second time and analyze what's in Gento to say. I clearly remember a couple of weeks ago, we will do head to head. We talk about candidates that we want for take positions in politics in Sierra Leone, and I highlighted Gento as one of the people that were the aspiring candidate for SAPP for be mayor in Freetown. And I thought to myself and to everybody who watch, we say it is an insult for like we able to see somebody like a Gento, no disrespect to him. He's a friend and he's somebody we I believe say don't work hard for putting himself in the position where he did so. But if we also members say everybody has a capacity to do certain things, and some people are forced to do certain things, and some people have the potential to be certain things. Nobody is perfect, and I feel to say it's everybody's right for aspire for become somebody where you feel to say you can be. Doesn't matter what you do, where you're from, or how you do what you do. But at the same time, we also get for belief say we have our own lapses. We get in a row, know for sure say we're not capable of. We know for sure say we cannot deliver if we put ourselves in that position there. We know for sure say we don't have the managerial or disciplinary or professional skills for put together the right set of people them, even if we don't know what they do, but we're able for assemble a right mindset of people that we're able for deliver if we get into the situation of that particular office day. So I made a series of criticism on his candidacy for become a mayor in Freetown based on voting I know of based on voting I don't see it do, based on some of the things the way I don't see it don't deliver over the past couple of years or decades where I don't sabi. And I got no doubt in integrity, but I always know for sure that he hasn't got what it takes to become the mayor of Freetown. No disrespect, but since I made that statement, I know say but people will not be happy. Some they were happy, some they were agree, some they will disagree with me. But that was my opinion. And my opinion hasn't gone wrong. Not too long ago, when I make those statements about his ability to deliver and perform as a mayor, if given the opportunity to represent the municipality of Freetown. And a few days ago, we see he do a video where it discriminates totally against Christianity and Islam for making examples of things that we, not to reality of some of the things that we say, not to facts of some of the things that we say. One of which now the fact is say, oh, the Muslim they're waiting at this country, they not value themselves as Muslim because most of them they turn to Christian because they believe say when they turn Christian and they get 90 they get job. That is a wrong statement. and the fact say the discrimination and the advantage now make you choose for become a politician. What sort of disadvantage way you don't go through as a person? What sort of advantage way they don't seize against them as an individual? First, let's look at Gento first. Because when you say you jump into politics because of the disadvantage and the advantage in the seize for people, you for don't be one of the examples. They can tell you exactly what thing they don't do you. Which kind of advantage they don't seize against you as a citizen of Freetown. We're gonna make you feel say you need to be part of the political process for change the way how things they happen politically in Freetown. And few more other statements that we make, we definitely were not correct, but I don't know whether we'll be able to play the video. Mr. Palmer, if the video is ready, let me know so we can air that video and make people and see exactly the statements we Gento make whilst they listen to the statements and we make your analysis. But the reason make I want for me when I watch this video again, maybe for the third, fourth, 5 or 6 times, that because I want to take your memory back to the time that we critically analyze this young man for say, gets the capacity for serve in that particular office. And if he serves in another office, they not disrespect to the political environment way, then they make open for every Jack and Jill for be part of just because you are aligned to a certain element of individuals in Sierra Leone does not give you that automatic right for take positions. I will say this categorically clear, let people able to understand. Some of the parliamentarians they will get in a parliament after 2018 election, na accident, na by default. And I will guarantee you say most of them parliamentarians, then they are not capable. They're not fit for be parliamentarians. Them. And they talk themselves like a joke self. Now fact, I will not call names, I will not name people, but some of the people that we end up for being members of parliament for constituencies, then we possibly get to see membership we affect the APC party, we sometimes being get conflicts of interest, we sometimes represent the SLPP political party, we are not capable. They don't have nothing that can make them members of parliament in their constituencies. But they were members of parliament by accident, by chance. And we can't sit back and allow such to happen. And then we expect them people and they can govern we. Where some of them are we be they support themselves in the corner. That we be they provide them certain basic logistics for one their campaign. I could have said to myself, well, me say one for be member of parliament, but guess what? No. It doesn't mean because there is a space, there is a vacuum. It means everybody should fill that vacuum regardless of that person in potential. We don't want that to happen because if we make the entry level of any position at Sierra Leone that's easy and cheap, now you make you get everybody if they say they want to be president. Now make you get everybody if they say they're capable for being mayor. Or everybody if they say they want to be member of parliament. Because then you look at the political benefit with that position they get for give them more so than what's in them capable for deliver for the community they will go represent. So get for begin thinking. And begin vet we own people there. Like we don't tell now say them people are not capable. Now we have choice now for go vote them in. When they misbehave after they don't become who that they're supposed to be, we will remind on the back say, now they were soon have say, we now want for representing. So Femi, let me know when you're ready to play the video. So we'll give viewers them an opportunity for listening to that video there. And also there's another counter where somebody we suppose for they now the civil society of Sierra Leone, they represent the innocent people or innocent Sierra Leoneans them. Make another counter statement for backup Gento in criticism of in religious discrimination. Say we should not blame him, we should not fault him. It is his right. But he put the blame on the people and way they criticize Gento and way they ask
see boy, I would suggest that we play the one we make the statement first, then we look at that and then play the other one later. Not play them back to back.
So you want to play the statements of the criticism first? Before
No. The Gento in message first.
Yeah, the Gento in message first to play.
All right. Then after we analyze that, we can go to the other video.
Yeah, the Gento in video first, now they play for sure.
All right.
Okay, Femi, when you're ready, over to you. Just give us the signal to say you're ready, and then we can just watch the video ourselves.
Okay, hello, Tibo. Can you hear me?
Yes, Femi, I can hear you loud and clear.
I just want to add something quick. There's a saying, I don't remember who that write term or that say then say bad thing they happen where good people fail for do anything. You talk about people them where they serve as parliamentarians. We're supposed for they represent a constituency. They represent the people of Sierra Leone. But if good people them or people that will get ability for deliver decide that they're going to sit on their laurel and do nothing, T-boy, Juma, wait till una things they get for happy. And it's a very good question for the ask yourself, because come June 23, we get the opportunity for do something. Yeah, but if we all decide to we need to do nothing, guess what will happen? The bad people them will not mean better for me, you, and for we country Sierra Leone will get into power, and they will run the country for themselves, make money for themselves, and left with people there for they die in hospital beds, if I can call them beds, or on bad roads, and then go they fly around the world, and they give you silly project like this new terminal we don't see. So if you're a good person, you mean something, it's about time to make we grab and make we talk, make we do, make us, let's get a movement going, let we do something. But there's too many of us who are just sitting down, not doing nothing, and expecting things to change. Jesus Christ, not get for can Jesus, not for can save us alone. Jesus Christ give you, and God give you the power. He give you the power, give you the brain for make you able for fix your own problem them. So let's start. So Tibo, the video is ready. You want me to play the one from Gento first?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, here we go.
Right. For encourage the creator and say, Mother of God and your sister, let be as one. But now, this position, this time, who serve water? Who serve water? This is not kind of party business. This is not kind of party business. But at the Pekuna, this is the month of Ramadan. Let Allah give all the blessing. Let Allah make we all. Yeah? See, Jana to be the house. Akanaya, I'm glad you Imam, they expect what you give me. The good way they do for the past how many years, I don't remember the things I want to go inside politics for me now. But at the advantage, I know Boku. If I don't say so, this grab for this position at the advantage. And at the advantage, now they don't exhibit so back. Now they don't exhibit so back. That we, the Muslims, we let Christians. Maybe I don't want to make them for be Christian. They're not going to be Muslim. Because what you do, we respect them. We respect them. Now we see when you go on the unemployment scale, the people who are unemployed, the Muslims are Boku. Plenty of the Muslim brother and sister are now. Then they left mosque, then they go to church. They say because they go to church, then they get woke.
Yes.
Lord, be careful. Allah never will ask you tomorrow. What is that the jihad when you fight for this religion? They're not going to ask you for a party tomorrow. And your religion, they're going to ask you. How you serve your religion? How you serve your religion? The good way they do amongst them, Nami Aljana and Ife. no good what they do for Penny and Jana for Islam. Allah don't tell me that the Quran, you Muslim, anybody when they say the kalima, La ilaha illallah, Ashhaduna Muhammadun Rasulullah, now you brother. Anyone when say the kalima, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadun Rasulullah, the Quran don't say that you brother. And the people now. Now every Muslim that is country in duty now forbid the Christian that we now are brother. We now is our sister and brother.
Hello, Tibo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Femi, loud and clear.
Okay, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, viewers. You don't watch the video and you don't hear you would see Gento say. Juma, over to you. What's your take?
Well, it would be nice to hear we viewers then take on this because it's there. And thank you so much for playing it. You know, when they first sent the video to me, as I begin listening, now I not listen all of us. And thank God I not be able to, I not listen all at that time. You know, now we're listening it with the public. It's just sad for Sierra Leone, like you say. If the people that we feel and capable decide for stay away, we will be ruled by donkeys and mumus. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. What Gento is saying here is not different from waiting the president always done the talk, from waiting the first lady always done the talk. They always preaching division for Sierra Leone. They create tension at the country for let Sierra Leone look like me against you, us against them kind of thing. They've done that from day one before the president's kind of power. Where kind of power we see what happen with the commissions of inquiry. Before they go commissions of inquiry, sorry, they did their transitional team report. They started naming tribes. You understand? They start naming people by region. That was the first side way they show exactly how this government they can govern. They started relieving people of their duties, chasing them off their jobs, even though not tenured position, because they see them people they are not they speak the same tribe as them. So Gento talk a few stupid things. You know, I'll put it bluntly like that. He talked, he indict in young government where not a symbol again for can represent. So if the president they talk say in a president way, na president for all Sierra Leoneans, then he say he try for preach peace and national cohesion, but you they can't divide the country on tribal and religious lines, because now that he do not two things he do. He mentioned the Creoles specifically, and then he talk about religion. So we don't beg the Creole them. The Creole never told anyone that they own the Freetown City Council. We've had a situation wherein we don't get non-Creoles, we don't serve a council. Papa Shekino to be Creole. Papa Shekino being Creole?
Mende Limba.
Thank you. So he served as mayor of Freetown. Before he became president, he was a mayor. Okay? You don't get Muslim mayor day before. Where Nafula Tongman, A.F. Rahman, was a Muslim, the first Muslim mayor. So Daniel Force don't tell Jen to say he doesn't even know, he don't get a clue of the position we want to go occupy. People have never looked at the mayorship on a religious line. tribal line is by default, not to say na pauper. The makeup of Freetown has always been a dominated area by Creoles. And again, at the time, na Creoles, then they go for them position, and then they the civil service, right? They know, me and you, we did not care about those positions. So the Creoles were running for those positions. And we look at the place, like how people in chaos, you know, get Creole chief, Nabo, Kenema, or Makeni, Kabbalah. You don't see when they see Creole chief?
No.
You get Creole Edman.
Will be the first Limba chief in Creole.
Right. You get Edman na the rural areas.
Yep.
So you don't be this has been the makeup. But let me say you want to change the dynamics because things don't change. You're not going there because you are Muslim. You're going there to serve the Freetown municipality. So what's in Gento, they tell me already that if una vote for him, he come, in a Muslim, they no more they can't serve because it's in a jihad. They go fight Muslim war. Now they go fight na council. So, which is a lie to start with. Before Gento one pass, so almost taking Unamox. Almost all I don't see Gento Namox.
I don't know. I can't tell you exactly how many times.
So you go count. The man na Agba na Oje.
Which Oje?
What you call a young rising or whatever, something like that.
So Oje now?
Yes, na devil man. Na old Mike so. You see the contradiction first? Inside Ramadan, the man old Mike inside mosque, they talk about Jannah to Firdaus. When I na the Agba or whatever na in devil.
No, they're in a culture, Juma. They're not going to have to do with religion.
But if they talk about Islam and religion, say because anybody will say la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, that means say that he brother. We say.
So then I disagree with that because not to all Maori say la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, my brother. I disagree with that.
No, when that's in the time for use for campaign to people, but they forget for tell people and say me where they talk na ya, me this Muslim, me na head na me devil back. So now decide whether I still qualify for or not vote for me as a Muslim. That's the first thing. Secondly, you talk about saying
no, talk about that first one. I disagree with you.
And they come. Wait.
No.
All right, now listen to you. Then I'll give you second.
I agree with you, Nandi.
Why?
Okay, because I'm not agree say the devil side for be a contradiction. The contradiction where me get to the devil's side, that the fact say he want to use religion on the basis of in campaign, which is wrong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In this context, the context of you say
na devil man. Because say okay, me.
People not clarify for
you.
Not
a devil man. Me a society man.
This man.
I don't think I will use that on the basis of campaigning. Go on.
Boy, the man, this gentleman. They try for show we say in a pious Muslim.
Well, yes, I will agree on that side.
And Islam, you know, the Islamic faith. You understand? I they do me good in a mosque. I not been telling I say I want for can be. I not be ever member say they can be mayor, but I've been done they do all the good. See the other thing where you do not for talk. You know they talk. What you do now between you and Allah for you for heaven for Yawm al-Qiyamah.
But not so devil man then because he
and they carry me. But when this man they use the religion so for sure say me and they can't see kuna faith, but Islam they against masquerade business and all the man I they buy their shop with all this. They spend more money per devil than they spend money per Islam.
Hey, Juma.
I don't talk let it challenge me.
All right.
You get the receipts. You get the receipts.
When I will tell you people and now we can't come out say this area so number for we. This be number for we they go for go carol. The devil lady already all that thing and the line by all the age there. So if they spend more money under, I think this one say if we go we don't campaign here, Namos. If we go campaign under back say but the devil business back, they don't like we. I make they don't close the devil business. But now in government close devil business. So you not go talk am. In your government. So how you go talk now saying government close devil? So you know we use that for campaign. I make you one come for use Islam. President Bioda be they go pray every Friday.
You know, now Muslim pass Christians. I know one nation.
From where be president, almost they don't see an amok.
You don't go to mosque, but who they pray?
Apart from state house, I don't say pray congregation, I say mosque. Almost mosque you don't see from where be president.
I don't be mosque. You don't go to Baningo mosque. I'm not saying a full mosque.
When he be president, when he be president, not gonna any mosque. Then they can't pray in a president's lodge, then pray in a state house. Or you go na pray they field. That's it. From the last day they will go pray.
Akono.
No, Kono. Where they run away on a stadium 2018, then they run away on a Kono. You know go pray na no pray in field again. He pray inside lodge.
So they bring him mosque and use now.
Yes. So Gento na the same pattern. You understand? One can use religion. So if you tell we say, now you get more unemployed Muslims, your government failed because your government tells you that they give 2 million jobs to unemployed people. So you for not employ more Muslims for cut that rate.
But it's a Muslim when they convert to Christians because of job opportunities. So yes, there is job for Christians.
Well, there's job for Christians where?
Well, I'm saying say. So basically,
who creates the job? Now government create them or Christian institutions create the job. There is nowhere in our constitution or where they go for open job are the criteria we say we only give job to Christians. So that means say in government not provide the 2 million jobs where millions of young Muslims then for benefit from. So you see the contradiction, they put themselves inside big hole apart from the divide we don't can cause. But this man they claim now for justify, say I don't hate Christians, my mama a pastor. Yes.
A man pastor what in?
I don't know, but my mama a pastor na big person in one of the churches.
I don't know about that too.
He's not Christian. So he's even discriminate in unmarried Muslim woman. See? In unmarried Muslim woman. He say he like Muslim in a Muslim. But he not get the gut, he not get confidence for married a Muslim sister. So that means say no Muslim woman not good for him, for married.
Juma.
So yes, sir.
You never scatter this talk right now. I don't know direction you take this to.
I don't take direction. They analyze the statement. That's how
yeah, go ahead. So maybe I will think otherwise. But the way how you don't begin break this particular, it don't begin go deeper than I expect. But I understand your point. You they make a logic argument based on the fact that they analyze in statements. You counter and with the thing they win at the possibilities of voting if I don't address before he makes such statement. Continue.
Yeah, no, Femi. It would be nice to hear Femi's version as well.
Me version, but over to you, Femi. Your version. Because Juma's version, it is more than controversial. It don't bring devil, don't bring marriage, it don't bring family.
Yeah.
Family. Yes, those three elements are very, very, very important. Over to you, Femi.
Hi, guys.
Yes, Femi.
Yeah, so Juma. Usa Juma go with this so me, brother. I don't know what he for say. How can I follow it in Juma do? But I want begin on side first of all. I want challenge everybody with the watch me. I think I've been on them several weeks ago. People are claiming say we presidents not Christian. I want challenge them, make them prove and show me any evidence where we current president call the name of in God, call the name of Jesus Christ. I always listen attentively when they talk. I know one day, Yeri, as a Christian, we go call the name of Jesus Christ. So that's a challenge I get for the public. If they're able to prove Dandy, anybody who defend Dandy really and truly, I get 100 points. No joke. That's how confident I am. Say, I not believe. Say we president.
Are you specific about the timing or any? Because if you specific about the timing,
we go talk now. After I don't talk so. I dey talk say make you go find anything way because me I know that then we'll go record and today go talk Jesus Christ and can't bring and can give or can take me on the.
No, me I get one. I get one.
You get one.
Make this statement again. Who side the president they say what's
in Jesus Christ's name. As a Christian, most of we prayers them they either begin so or done so, or if we tell thank you safe. Will they begin so or done so? As a Christian, we're called Christians because we're the followers of Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't see a make a thank you message in our church, but I didn't heard him say that word.
As I say, as a Christian, if you're not Christian, you will call Jesus Christ in name. We the talk. He's been our president for 5 years. And I bet you, T-Boy, Juma, say he has never called the name of Christ. So I doubt his Christianity.
Are you saying he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ?
He's not a Christian. I'm sorry. That's my statement. And anybody who wants to prove me wrong, please.
And Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so many times.
Thank you. Arrest me, kiss.
And Ramatu they lie.
Arrest me, kiss. So if Naibu prove me wrong, then fine.
Well, I don't deny you because I strongly believe say also he's more Muslim than being Christian. I will say that for facts. But the one way you say number
I am not saying he's Muslim. I am not saying that. I'm saying I am a Christian and I not believe see as a Christian he represents us very well. And I need to talk about all the other things the way they do in political stuff. Yeah, as in he doesn't call the name of Jesus Christ at all.
You should not be expecting him to preach calling Jesus Christ.
I know that's made him for preach. But which you say here he talk Jesus talk about. Thank you. Almost say don't talk. Thank you. So let us not even argue go far. So anyway, let's go back to what you were asking me.
Go to Gento.
Okay. So
take on Gento.
Mr. Mohammed Gento. What's Gento's name?
Kamara.
Yes, I've known Gento for a while. Possibly 2 decades. You know, like you, I didn't think really Gento for stand for mayor, but you know, all man, you know, everybody's entitled to do as they choose to do. You know, I didn't believe that he was the right person for a position like Edande, and with the statements on Friday, the statements on Friday are now definitely no say. He's not supposed for another position day. You know, he don't do himself a disfavor, but I think say he not understand. I think say he's not clued up enough to understand the mistake what he make Friday. Free tongue, no matter we the creator, we not boku again a salon. We know that. We've never been and we are you know, the sun is setting on us. Yeah, there's less and less and less of us. But still, if you think about it, free tongue, we at least a few 100,000. At least, yeah? I don't know it's the population of free tongue. Let's assume say free tongue are 1 million people. Yeah? Let's assume say free tongue are 1 million people.
It's over 2 million.
Okay, 2 million people. In 2 million people, let's say 10% no more. Na Creole. Yeah, that's 200,000. Yeah, we know say again free tongue na APC stronghold. Not so. So let's say really and truly Christian or Muslim, so we possibly are APC sometimes. Okay, let's say dynamics don't change. Let's say APC gets 40% of free tongue. Yeah. 40% of 1 million are 400,000 people. Plus 200,000. Now put 100,000 commodity because some of them go say now create them. Yeah, so you don't almost reach 500,000 people them we possibly not get for votes for Gento because of these statements we make so. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of Christians and a bunch of a bunch of Christians and a bunch of Creole them will be vote SLPP anyway. And if they say turn them back pan Gento, una now tell me almost votes Gento go get where election come for mayor na frito. You see where in stupidity don't cause a problem. And not to Insai no more don't cause problem, but don't cause problem to the SLPP party. So if I was them, really, I'd withdraw the symbol from him. If I was in the SLPP right now, I believe say that statement will make so, you know, as I look at so mathematically, I think say don't do then a big disfavor and don't do APC great wonders. But you're not gonna understand until election they come.
You see, T-Boy, let me come in quick, please. Let me highlight that part. And you know, I want to let people understand the examples that we are make now for sure the deception, you understand, the hypocrisy and how Gento contradicts himself as an individual, does not believe what he was preaching out there. He wasn't convinced in himself, he not been there under the fight for Muslims, and because he believed in Muslims, he will let Muslim people succeed in life. Okay? And by him being mayor, he go ensure that. Now I can make the reference say, Gento's mom is a pastor or big person at church. His wife, with all due respect, not Christian. But what thing they do? You see? Cohesion, right? Intermarriage, religious tolerance, right? Now in your house, not so. But when it comes to the political arena, it preach religious divide. You have a Christian wife and a Christian mom, but you are telling the people that then they see advantage by Muslims then. And now because of that advantage, now it make you one can be mayor because of advantage. That is not true. You sounded the alarm bell that you're going to be, you want to aspire for the mayorship, what, how many years ago? Was it 2 years ago?
Gento for mayor? 2 years ago. About a year and a half ago.
About a year and a half ago, right? Gento for mayor. At that time, Yvonne Akisoya was still in office. At the time, Yvonne Akisoya in deputy mayor, now Muslim. Not so Christian, now be Muslim. And when did Yvonne Akisoya declare? 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he showed a own running mate. Okay, so if now that angle they want to come, but what people need to understand, you should not campaign on the premise of your religious belief. You're a Muslim, you're a Muslim. Do that add value? Will I vote for you because you're a Muslim? Maybe yes. But what have you got to offer the people of Freetown? You don't have anything. I've been see something where he puts, where I see say very over-ambitious, where sometimes I will say, okay, if now that trail they say been take, sometimes for better, people go listen to it and say, okay, this is interesting. They say they put street lights.
All lights all over the country, all over.
No, when I make a say, street lights already there, right?
It's all over the country. We get a lights.
They say they can add more street lights. So what the pattern where you see? We get airports, where they say that they build new airports. Street light there, just so they can put more street light. So you see how the one town I said that they think the same way. Nothing is new here, but he has nothing tangible for campaign on. So let's do the divide and rule: Muslim versus Christian. When a Muslim, the way they APC and two, see the next interest. Now I make 2 million what you call a Muslim, then they not get employment at this country. But this government don't sack more Muslim than any other government in the history of the country. They don't sack more Muslims.
Because most of the traditional names they win in the sack are Muslim them anyway.
Are Muslim them. They don't kill more Muslims them indiscriminately than any other government. Where was Gento then? So what to make Gento is so powerful inside this government that they're not able for talk for Muslim them. Who's Islamic events, big Islamic event where you don't see them?
None.
Before that, the first lady, Nina, the main speaker, also.
Yep.
It is Gento near there.
And she still remains the main speaker.
So you don't have that influence that you think you have. And I don't want people to blame the mosque, Usai Igo, because it's been a tradition where politicians go and they recognize them and give them a mic for talk. But he missed an opportunity. Talk to people. I'm a young man, I'm Bretonian, I'm this, and that, I grow, I can relate with you now. You know, that is why I am here. With me, I will able to talk to, I able to talk to.
Now, campaign message they give so already.
Yeah, but they're not going for use and because they are arrogant.
Not say so, then they copy what you will do.
They're not they copy.
They copy.
They will not even be able to say.
Copy. I disagree. Not talking about that. Please hold on.
Okay. So he should have used something else than.
So they can get a campaign strategy for go work on.
Using the religious divide. That will not cut it. Waiting Gento say so is similar to waiting. Remember waiting that man be say Ajesafe?
Yes, we Mufti Mink.
It's
I mentioned that
thing.
in a discussion some time ago.
So if Muslims were outraged at the time, we should still be in a position to condemn what Gento is preaching. No hard feelings. He's a young man. I want him to succeed in life. You know, if so be it, if he wins, he's still the mayor of Freetown. But with this kind way, it's showing.
Put if there.
Papa God.
Oh, no,
with this kind way, if you allow me, done. No. With this kind message, don't show say the man will get nothing for.
But there are still single fans out there who will still sing his praises, regardless of whatever he said. So look at if and the options of him become the mayor.
Well, because to me, God, right?
Yeah, would play governor. No, play governor.
I have only one vote. Just one vote. There are other people. But if you think, say, Gento all this time, you know, give almost scholarship he give to Muslim picking them.
You might want to give scholarship now, Salon. Forget scholarship.
No, I don't account for me. They ask example, almost scholarship where he give to Muslim picking them. You have to ask this question because the person they tell you, say, I can't give Muslim jobs, but you don't even give them for prepare them for the jobs. You have not done so. If Gento don't do it, let pull them. Not to forget do and tomorrow, like how you say earlier, let it come out now and come and go pull them. Say, I don't give them one. At least hundreds of people I don't give scholarship. How many Muslims homes where they feed every day? Well, that is not why they will vote for you for become mayor of Freetown. You have to show what you can offer Freetown and Freetonians.
Okay, so now let's move on to the next level. We feel say a right where we get the Association of Journalists when Sludge for condemn the message and also Sludge advised the Muslim Council for also condemn the message and they both request Gento for apologize to the nation and he refuses. What do you think that has got to do with Sludge and the Muslim Council?
What I can say, better late than never, right?
Right.
That Sludge come out strongly for make such a statement. But again, this is the level of hypocrisy and deception we don't make, we don't reach Usai with this. So there are a lot of things we don't happen, we don't build, we don't spread the carpets, don't lay the foundation for let Gento feel comfortable and confident enough for make such statement in Sierra Leone. A lot of things that the president, the first lady, people in the government don't say for create this divide where we get so. You be ever a Sludge make a statement? Never. All the people here don't kill. Now that country there. These presidents don't call people and terrorists. You hear Sludge make any statement like that?
No.
Or is the president exempted from questioning or from scrutiny or from criticism from Sludge? So everybody they don't say okay, it's normal. We can say whatever we want to say. Before Gento's statement, we discussed here 2 weeks ago the statement where the first lady make. na how you call them, na Bo, somewhere in Kono, you know, we make against what? Northerners, right?
Yeah.
We say all the people already na the other political party where they put out in campaign team. Now outside and come out, Kamakwe Road.
Kamakwe Road, yeah.
Right. Even Yaya Tunis, then she was specific. Even Yaya Tunis when Amendewe come up Pujeon. Now by accident then put in name there. So she was doing the tribal card. Gento, they do the religious divide card. But Gento felt comfortable because the people away for reprimanda when are the leader of the party, as Femi say, for withdraw in what you call symbol or whatever, don't say worse things them and sludge, mute, nothing. This is a politician campaigning. You hear PPRC come out and say anything? No. Few months back, a month ago, PPRC issued a press release and even a fine to the APC, say because they made a sing song the way they cost the president. And the president is not just the president, but it's the presidential aspirant of the SLPP. You understand? So they look at and say, nah, then target them because of politics. The same thing Gento is doing, targeting another political party, another political opponent for decision we make. What you do, make your decision, let it show for you say you are tolerant. But the guy is so confused that he never even know. He says, say, me na Christian again for choose. So you get 3 Christian on the ticket and in 1 Muslim.
So you know matchup. Because fighting for the Muslim community, you should stick to them as your running mates.
Right.
Okay. So
now,
now,
equalize now, let me say choose Muslim now. Yeah. But if you want to show say you are tolerant, but at the same time you are condemning Muslims, say Christians then get more edge than Muslims, but you want for let the Muslim then vote for you and you Christian running mates. But they're not for vote for another person as Christian mayor.
Okay, that is controversial and it's conflict of interest and it double voting?
They double down.
So basically when you double down, that means it's not in your favor, you're doing yourself a disadvantage. So what I want to say, my take on the sludge thing and in the Muslim Council or the Religious Council, I think is also again the same thing where you highlight. My concern is very high in that regards, meaning so many things that not happen within the political atmosphere in Sierra Leone. We know go down well to the media, for example, and we don't see the media they wine and dine with the president in so many different occasions, in religious events, in political events, and in private events. Them of late, very recently, the president hosts them for a dinner in lodge, just a dinner, normal dinner, and I was quite surprised because Femi was invited to that dinner, but he refused to attend anyway. So basically, I'm looking at it like, okay, why now all of a sudden, yes, Femi, they invite you, not begin me like what you know, they invite you. Really shake it and like for say, I need to see. I did see you. So basically, Femi was invited and he refused to go. I don't know why, because he was the person that they invited from Sierra Leone media. And I know the only person way not to country. Then go try from because I Creole. Now they get free tongue. But Femi not agree for acknowledge the invitation, respond. Not to say deliberately not respond, but I think he may get some kind official engagements now in office, so he not be able to make them at all. But we send a letter of apology for say, sorry, Sludge, you won't be able to make this. So to they talk on a lot of lobby, and I put me just number best say Sludge invite me. Don't invite me, oh. Not Femi had the provoke. Not so true, not so true. Now provoke had the provoke Femi. A big deal, bambai tuma. But anyway, on a very serious note, we don't see the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists done the wine and dine with the president and the government of Sierra Leone for the past couple of years. And for them to come out with a statement condemning the acts of Mohamed Gento, I think is either they see him like a small fish, they want to take advantage of him, or they want to possibly start talking about positive things towards election. And all of a sudden, are they seeing the campaign for peace, election, and that election? It is very shocking to me, because as far as I'm concerned, they should be preaching this same peace 4 years ago when all the kind of stuff then we don't they happen to the people of Sierra Leone without them saying nothing. So I think it's either a double standard of what they're supposed to be representing, but it is also maybe is the starting point of the realization of the government going down, which means everybody is now standing their grounds and possibly talk to them about the things they need to do wrong. But I think it's double standard. Why do you think you can do this against Gento and you forget, say, the president and the first lady don't do something quite serious? Because religious tolerance in Sierra Leone can never be touched, because we never accept that as a nation. But political division in terms of tribal lines is becoming very much common within the ruling government party. So we don't know exactly why now Sludge choose or make this kind of statement and even make recommendation from the religious council for comment, because now they actually me feel say wants the religious council for make a statement towards this particular statement we're going to make now the mosque. So it's two things. Either the SLPP as a party want for go for Gento and discredit them. I will not doubt that at all. So they set up structures, then we go against what you don't say. Or large one for possibly begin to do some of the right things they weren't supposed for them to do for the past couple of years.
But you did down your mic.
I see the AC and you want to say something.
Yeah. Like I say, it's better late than never. We have about 85, 86 days to elections, if that is. We go see which is large go they talk, but this get for do with 3 million opinion. It's my opinion. It's not fact, but I strongly believe say not far from the truth. 3 angles when they look at them. Sludge is doing this because they don't begin get a lot of attention from the international community.
Which kind of attention? See, they want to use them for be flagship for preach peace to the
correct. Yeah, so funding they come in, so they have to demonstrate something. That's one angle. Okay. Second angle, Gento not being go through with cold water yet to sludge.
Okay, I'm not going to doubt that as well.
Okay. So this is a way to say, okay, if you think you're powerful, we can bring you down. So let's send a bait. Okay. Go out there and then you get for call then I safe. You know, settle, because this they no say no get for go nowhere. The third angle is the angle of using Sludge and other people as agents. Put out this story so to kill it. Once you do this press release, people will say, well, Sludge don't talk, religious council don't talk, it's done. That's the thing. So for pull people in mind. So now then 3 angles and they may they look at on this issue. Okay. They not make their statement and they genuinely or by themselves. Because like I say, there are so many things that we don't happen. We lay the platform for legends to feel comfortable. We inter-religious council for don't talk about. They never did. Sludge for don't talk about. They never did. You understand? So this one, why different than this? The other question I go ask you, the Peace Commission. The Peace and National Cohesion Commission. You see any press release from there yet?
No.
Do you know what we saw? A picture. They had a meeting with Gento. Okay? Gento go meet with them. All the other people they would hear them make press release against. You don't ever hear any time where them put pictures, say we've been getting meeting with them people there for consult for no waiting first before make a statement.
No.
So they have that meeting. Take pictures, post them out there. For sure, say then they do their work. But they're not going to follow through with anything. They're not going to make any statement. Gento was given a primetime interview at 98.1, where he doubled down and say, you know, he mean exactly what he said. So you look at him, say, the same moment where Sludge, they pull their press release and inter-religious council, he was doubling down. Because, you know, say this not going to go nowhere. That's my take.
All right. I agree with some of the key takeaways you see, but I get me own kind of views towards them. The first one are the fact say you say Gento will possibly do that because in order to give cold water to sludge, right?
It's an assumption based on which you don't see the ground envelope for go up, you know.
I go maybe not too sure, but the one way I'm quite sure of in the three statement that we make now, the one way you first talk about say Sludge as an institution possibly don't begin for attract funding or bring down the message of peace to the election, which I think most of them want for starts for begin for preach now. Because if they don't preach peace during the election or hold people accountable for their statement, but we yet to see what is going to happen after Gento's statement. Because there are going to be more statements by either the president or the first lady or whatever might happen within the next couple of days or weeks. We will see what Sludge then respond. If they fail to respond like they do respond to the Gento incident, then we know for sure say they are not ready to actually be the voice of the people. Over to you, Femi. I see the region up for say something.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Juma number 3. And the reason why they talk so Gento don't talk and talk. Yeah, nothing no day we go able for bringing that talk they come back. It's out there, it's gone viral. All the country don't know. I think say Sludge Sludge got used. Again, this is my opinion. I think say Sludge got used for try for cover the problem, because I think say a lot of people we even pro SLPP supporters them did not take it very well. Muslims as well as Christians, Creole as well as non-Creole, they didn't take it very well, and I think say they realized say a statement had to come out to for able for kill this thing, for able for deal with deal with Gento in a certain way, because what he say I believe say go cost the SLPP them a lot of votes, and I think say Sludge was used by the current administration for try for for soften the issue by saying okay, we're going to make a statement, we're going to come out there, because as you say, we don't see Bokutin them in the past who they expect Sludge for coming. The interreligious council I can understand, then can come out and say stuff now, but Sludge not been get any really need for comment on this one. The tenor with Sludge for don't comment, they never did. They never did, and we've always held them accountable for not making statements, making comments previously. But for me, this is literally not worth anything. Gento don't talk with you talk. No matter those kind of statements that we pull, no get for withdraw within Gento don't say. The dynamics of Freetown, I believe eventually, we will have a series of non-Creole mayors. It's bound to happen. As I say, the Creoles are, they're living their sunset days. Slowly and slowly we're fading away. It's just the dynamics of how things are. We get for accept that they say in the next decade or two, we're going to be a minute percentage of the population of Rito. We get for accept Dande, and because of Dande, things change. But waiting Gento don't do so right now will possibly any Creole possibly may think for vote for Ram, could get for think twice. And even if Indy votes for Ram still, most of him followers them or family members won't. So they have lost a bunch of votes them on the Creole side of things, I believe. And Christianity has done will move away from him as well, which is sad because we've always been, hand in hand. I understand the statements we make about employment. Nobody has employment in Sierra Leone. Nobody. They don't promise we job after job after job, and I just white elephants in the room. We all know there's no jobs in Sierra Leone. Anybody will get work in a salon, it's mainly from the private sector. Now me you two they employ. You get your host, you get driver, you get cook, you get nanny, you get security guard, you get, you know, those most of the jobs are provided by individuals them. Now that way the most Sierra Leoneans are living. The rest of them, they fend for themselves. They're gonna treat, they're gonna then get them small, I know we call them farm, then get them small beddings so then they do, then they grow, then two three tin them with, then they sell, or then they buy and sell. Government not they provide work for people them. We haven't done so in years. This government come in and promise, waiting but bakery. Then promise you about bakery, then promise you about car wash, and then really and truly, government also supposed for the promise you then kind of thing. We supposed for the tell, then supposed for the tell we, but with the car make factory we go employ 500,000 people. That's what we're expecting government for can do, not to with the car make bakery go employ 10 people there, or car wash will go employ 50 people in. That's not government's responsibility. You know, there's many things that government for don't do, they don't do. We get something very good for we. We get a very young population. And because we have so much unemployment, that means the labor can be very cheap. So really and truly, that 270 million we then take for go invest Panda terminal, Bankola Airport, Panda terminal. If they may bring and they come into town, or even somewhere up, just slightly out of town, so you go east. Where you drive go is the population where did it? Where every morning you see them the worker they go inside town for go work. Even say they see them the worker come back. The population where did it? Most of these people are unemployed, underemployed. Imagine if you put some serious factory, we go employ 500,000 people. The amount of people that we go feed. That's what I would call a responsible government. Not to the charlatans they will get.
And then Femi just for say, like you stated, people are not unemployed in Sierra Leone because they are Muslims. The government not they provide jobs. There are no jobs. They are not providing. They're only providing jobs for a few people. We're connected with them, not because you're Muslim or Christian. So Gento will not be able to change your destiny where he become a mayor if he become mayor. No, Gento been done there. He get businesses in Asalo, right? Or he get contract.
He get contract.
How many Muslims we employ? Ask question. Almost for one of the Muslim they were employed. Una we go preach to so. We be doing that amongst the young people there. That was 5 years ago. He had that contract. This same man promised in people in Tonkolimba for that by-election. He go there, he said they go make the road. He said, well, can't talk now, so they can't bring the machine for can make the road. 30 days the road not make. From when they get that election, is that 4 years ago?
Almost, about 3 years.
Yeah, 4 years ago. Here man so Dumbuya and then go there. He said, don't kind of son of Tonkolimba, promise his own people, and this time your own people, more. Now in village, you say come out. He promised they go do the road. And this one, in order for go buy, he get the machine them at the time, he get everything. The people are not asking, and I promise them. 30 they not do that road for years. So if that man not deliver that day, whose assurance you get say if him become mayor, you and a Muslim will be there inside that masjid. I don't even talk about the end, no be there. Una no more inside that una life will change for the best because of Gento become a mayor. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Juma. I think we don't exhaust Gento and the mayoral position of trust. Any statements we make na mosque, we get a huge amount of political divide in terms of religion and ethnicity. We are not free to say good for the politics of Sierra Leone, and you get the sludge and the religious council we come and Islam and say what you do wrong. But not whether they're into organization and they do them for the purpose of what they want to do, or they get their own hidden agenda for why they do them. But if not so we see, we take them for granted and we accept them, and we hope see it will be a continued process. We will see then come out a bit more, or come out all the time when something like this go wrong. in any form of political campaign we get for happen. It is not yet official, but I think say the ground don't begin or grow in terms of politicians campaigning around and doing stuff. But let's move on. And we did move now on to see we don't begin countdown small. Last week, we saw a huge amount of delegation of Sierra Leoneans them from Sierra Leone we attend a session in the United States of America. And I feel say it's very important for me we highlight this, because if we not highlight this, now something where we not go able for just let's go and make a pass with for the other week or two. Because when this week where they can done so done, we go into a new month and we go into a new dynamics of voting get for unfold in the politics of Sierra Leone. So at this moment in time, last week we see Dr. Samura Kamara, when at the flag bearer for the All People's Congress, take a tour to the United States of America with some members of the executive now the APC, where the purpose of that visit day was a mixed feelings at first, until we get a clarification from few different areas them of voting as some of the purpose of the visits and why they need for take all them delegation and they go represent the All People's Party. We realize say they did a visit to the Chancery building where now the building of the Sierra Leone.
A different party name they call, so All People's Party is different from All People's Congress
All
Party.
People's Congress. Sorry, say me not to party picking. I don't know how to call the right thing there. But thank you for correcting me. All People's Congress, the mighty APC. Not so I call her the mighty APC or Y or Sai or Kelelu or Wakai. So long that they will go. Well, that now the All People's Congress then slogan, they all now don't say so. But I'm not able to say the Power Party slogan. They go try. SLPP, Sierra Leone's People Party, Power Pa Salongo Bete, and what's in again?
New Direction.
No, the New Direction. What's again?
One country. One country.
One country, one people. That's it. You see, Femina, one
Madabio.
Okay, that's not the SFPP slogan. Okay, what's the one for C4C and NGC?
What's it? NGC, let's call it. When we are up. Right?
Well, this is not just a clear manifestation for say
Salon Force, put Salon Force, Nine NGC there, yo.
Let me go put Salon Force now, man slogan.
No, nine slogan.
Slogan, but put Salon Force now, man slogan. You want to me say power up an all man slogan? No. You want to me say when you are up, you are up. When you are down, all man slogan. No. Now APC slogan and they're big, please. Put Salon Force now, all man slogan. Femina even know it's not in slogan. Say, but we'll move on. So basically, we see the flag bearer, Dr. Samura Kamara. I they call him full name today, Njuma. Is correct, eh?
Kamara, call him full name.
Dr. Samura Wilson Kamara. Correct, yes.
Samura Kamara for short.
Okay, Samura Kamara for short. Okay, fine, no problem. Thank you. He attend what in? Okay, Juma, over to you.
No. Go.
I did not quick so now. Yeah, I'll pass the baton to you because I know I can't say the wrong thing. Make you can begin to correct me.
See, but I don't intimidate right now. I don't afraid. Let us do the Gento power.
Exactly. So let's pass the mic. No, but anyway, I just want to clarify. Say, Dr. Wilson Kamara travel go to United States of America on various different capacities. One of which we say if we attend a court session. Again, we don't know whether that is true. The second one is to go on a tour for see the people of All People's Congress in America and see how it able for commit and talk to them and tell them what's in their agenda. And then we also realize it make further engagements in various different capacities where he attend the Jimmy Carter institution and he also make a visit to the American Congress. So basically, the tour for the United States of America was either successful, not unsuccessful, yet to know when he returns back to Sierra Leone. But what we there is so far, that the fact say it creates a huge amount of audience. We follow him to now all inside and there we go. And we also see the issues surrounding the case we then laid against him and few more other people and we then accused of corruption by the Anti-Corruption Commission of Freetown. So we see a huge amount of delegation we left alone for go visit this Chancery building we supposed to be the building of the Sierra Leone High Commission in the United States. Jumana, Washington or Maryland?
New York.
Okay. So we see a lot of things that will happen. I saw a couple of videos of the viewing of the building itself. From the outside, it's still scaffold, so we believe say it's still not been attended to since this case pending. So we don't know what's in the situation of that particular building there right now. But as Juma,
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Because I'm not talking to you.
See, you will see.
So basically, for the fact say, we have people we been there at the ground, we listen to the message at the town hall meeting with Dr. Wilson Samura Kamara Minget. I was very much unfortunate not for able to listen to some of the audio them and the video itself on the live feed, but I was fortunate to listen to some of the commentators that we make statements after. One of which catch my attention, where I feel say very important. But before I come to that statement, that bring Juma coming in. Let me tell you a little bit about the status of the visit and the outcome of the visit and how Ingo evaluates the visit in his own terms, in views and opinion of the flag bearer of the All People's Congress visit to the United States of America. Over to you, Juma.
Well, thank you, T-Boy. I think just like you say, initially it was confusing for people, but the whole situation, that's where they don't they postpone for a long time, where they don't they fixed date for anti-corruption case within our courts, where na Justice Adrian Fisher, now they decide say. Then they talk about this Chancery building where they say $4.9 million of money where they give to Sierra Leone. They use that for renovate the Chancery building in New York because it's been in a bad state. They want to make it fit for purpose compared to other, foreign offices them of other countries. So they say the money people don't chop them or misuse them, mismanage them or divert them to other things. So as a result of that, where Anti-Corruption Commission say then they investigate the issue, then say then decide for go. Until I know Anti-Corruption Commission, say they're ready for investigation, go 11 years back, right? So for anything will happen under their own regime. So then say now because now then term then the issue of this rebuilding, restructuring or rebuilding the Chancery building, and then they start. So the reason I highlight this now for sure how Dr. Samura Kamara came into this. He served as Minister of Foreign Affairs around 2016, where anti-corruption, they say at that time they give money to Sierra Leone, the first chunk of money from China, cash donation. I don't know whether it was $1 million or $2 million. But monies were only disbursed or remitted to that Chancery building in 2019. So you see the difference there. Eh? Let's say the project will start 2016, but money only, well, let's say the idea starts 2016, but money only was disbursed in 2019. Who was in governance in 2019? SLPP. Samura Kamara ceased becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs around 2017, right?
Yeah. 2017,
that's when he ceased.
Yeah.
2017, I ceased for become Minister of Foreign Affairs after they don't choose him as flag bearer, because he's not supposed to serve again at the position, Now go further and say 2018, but they only disbursed money 2019. So this argument don't they go on, na court, na salon, then decide for the first time, say that they move the court from return for can watch the building in question.
What was the purpose of moving the court from Freetown to the United States?
Well, the justice says anyone for can see the building where they talk about what state it's on.
He had made a subsequent visit to the States before.
Not to him, no, not to him, the judge. You talk about the Anti-Corruption Commissioner.
Oh, Justice Adrian Fisher, not
even
before.
if they don't come now for different things, they not come specifically on this.
Okay, come on, man, come on, please. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So we'll talk about legal matters. So what he said, people in tell and say they not see the reason for come, but he insisted. So he say all the parties then for come. So and then decided that they make them public, put them online for let people see. So we all saw the state of the building, but at the same time, we're not able to foresee waiting at the essence where they come because one, then say can be sent an engineer for can evaluate when a government engineer for Ministry of Works and Infrastructure from Sierra Leone before as expert witness. But when they come this trip, they're not carried. So if this not engineer, when a government engineer now I don't use for what you call we don't say the building, the money they put they not worth that price they not do that work there, but you know come this and they left from there. So you see the gap in the first place.
And the purpose of this visit now for can investigate the building, see the status of the building.
Yes.
The engineer should have been one of the best person to come and make that investigation himself.
So they're not come with no engineer, but so government pay for most of the people them, but on record, Dr. Samura Kamara paid for himself, not to government pay for him. So he was not paid for.
Was it just himself and his delegation or himself only?
Well, I'll talk about him specifically. I don't know about his delegation, you know, but him particularly, I know say not to government pay for him. That was made public. So then we all see the arguments there. How Dr. Samura Kamara not show up, but his legal representatives were there. Okay. The other accused they're not sure, but they were not asked. The Fisher not asked about them. He asked specifically why Dr. Samura Kamara not show up. Was it a case wherein they were just Papi Sham, na SLBC TV for say look calm and all that kind of thing and they. So whoever advised him did well. The advisor may not show up, but in legal representative then they did it. On the first day, then decide for postpone for the second day. Second day, the Anti-Corruption Commissioner late for 3 hours. The justice they wait for him. The other parties then they wait for him. In 3 hours later, I show up.
No excuse for being late.
Nothing. They show up. They tell you what, you know, do it. They do. They don't done. We don't know what's happening with that. They don't do the papi show done. We don't done. But good things come from bad situations sometimes. But to make I say this, Dr. Samura Kamara has been restricted from traveling all these years. I think since 2018, they don't travel outside Sierra Leone twice. One to the Gambia and Guinea before this trip.
And what's the purpose of his restriction not to travel?
Because you know, say everybody in passports in are persons of interest under the commissions of inquiry. So if you want to travel, you have to go get seek permission from the Attorney General's office and give a reason for you travel and all of those kind of things. So in passport, always they don't, you know, they are not allowed to travel. But because they want to use propaganda for this thing, God confused them. The man came out. So he came out. He made use of the situation, good use. He gets a meeting, and just one correction. His town hall meeting was not with APC members, but with Sierra Leoneans living in Maryland and DC, for the DMV metropolitan area. So now Sierra Leoneans, because why make I say that? I saw a handful of people who are not APC members that attended, and nobody blocked them, asked them question or whatever. And he was talking to Sierra Leoneans on the day, not APC members. So he did that. He traveled to Atlanta. He had a couple of meetings there, private as well as the Carter Center engagement, which was good. And then also, you know, a meeting at Congress and he meet with few people at the Congress and a few people at the Senate. With me, he say come out of their meeting and they now that he engage them for talk to them about the situation at Salon, from the human rights issue, the political issue, and the upcoming elections. And I think strategically it was good for they get an opposition leader for get the opportunity for meet with their organization here. Carter Center do send observers to elections in Africa. Okay, so and they don't send at the last elections na Sierra Leone. So they will be sending again Reticola. Then will they send. So there is a good reason for him meeting with those. So it's a strategic one. I think say income one is a plus, to him, to his political party, and also possibly don't give reassurance to the Sierra Leoneans that we meet with. We will discuss possibly the details of his message later, but that's what I'll tell you in a nutshell about the reason why he was here.
Okay, so in your own assessment, would you say, well, like you say earlier on the meeting, the trip was a successful one because good things came out of a bad situation we don't highlight to we now. What are some of the significant essence of some of the meeting that we hold to the people of Sierra Leone? Take into consideration the things that we don't happen over the past couple of years, and what's the thing that we Infi say he put across, or we you possibly aware say he put across to all them various different organizations they also where he gets some meetings with?
Well, luckily I attend the Saturday events in Maryland. I was there, so I'll talk on that. But based on what I hear my own sources we me get now that I meet with Congress people, one of the people are member of Congress for Minnesota, and they meet with a senator. I don't know the name of the senator. They meet with National Democratic Institute as well, NDI, where there were also all their rules them and for make sure say we get democracy, good governance and all. And they put so much support, technical support to Electoral Commission, PPP, all them institutions them, then they support them, civil society, you name them. So they want to know where their money is going. So for you get the main opposition and presidential aspirants, for come meet with them, it's a milestone because they will get an opportunity for clarify some of the rumors or things that way they come out with something they don't know. We educate them about the APC, what he stands for, the challenges that we then they get, and how the country they at this time. So it's a huge opportunity for letting your own version outside Sierra Leone, because members say when some of the institutions here, so they send people them out there, they only maybe having like 2 days or 3 days for engage all parties, so back-to-back meetings, they get exhausted. So if income at their own space, where they're not going to watch,
talk to them at their own discretion, at their own time. Exactly. So they're not in any rush or any hurry.
Gosh, so even if now 1 hour it gets with them, it will be a maximum 1 hour. There are no other distractions or saying I'm running late to go to other meeting. They will minute it down. And for the fact that where income it's right for engage them, that shows the seriousness of things and how serious he is as a politician for make Salon better, for engage. Because once you get into governance, you want to make sure that your bilateral partners and your multilateral partners, them are they in sync, in terms of how then they think, how NASEP they think, for they able for deliver for the people of Sierra Leone. So I think it's a significant strides, I would say that. And for the engagement with the Sierra Leonean community, particularly in DMV area, that's DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And I know a lot of people that came from different parts of the United States that attended the events as well. It was a good one because his message was central on how for de-escalate the tension within the country and preach, say, we all supposed to be one people. We're Sierra Leoneans. I'm going to be a president for Sierra Leone, not for Limba, local, Muslim, Christian. So he said that. He talked to people about the realities. He cracked jokes with people. It's right for show Samura Kamara as a person than just a politician. I think that was important because remember in 2018 people were asking, you Sabiam?
Yeah. So it's time for clarify. This is me.
This is me. Awala una sabi me as Samura Kamara first, before Samura Kamara, the flag bearer of the APC, before Samura Kamara as the technocrat. But me as a technocrat, I don't become a techno-politician, then I'll become a techno-president. So I'm coming with, I am ready, I have the capacity. Technically, I have the expertise to deliver for Sierra Leone, to rescue and help build back Sierra Leone. But one thing we say, I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together as a nation. And they come for carry revenge, fight this, fight that. I don't have time for that. And he highlighted the seriousness of the country, outside the country, right now with the economy. When everybody in concern and you all know saying I expertise that. He said they may say austerity, but they did not know what austerity was. Austerity means say cut your coat according to your size. Don't spend what you don't have.
Yeah.
So now that them they do for make sure say they control. They say, but now free fall economy will get all things go. I make the dollar they run like a cut kite. You know. So he highlighted those things and he talked about.
Does that reaffirm the mindset of Sierra Leoneans within the DMV community to say their country will be in safe hands if Dr. Samura Kamara take over governance come June 23rd?
The reaction that we saw generally, sure, a lot of people warming up to him, and as they by the wings, they listen, saying that's what they do best. We listen to people, they talk. Say, this man, first they started with the physical. Oh, wait a minute, they say, this man not all self. Look, if it's all, because all right through his speech over 1 hour where they talk, he was moving. It wasn't static. It didn't move, it mixed at the audience. Like that lecture kind thing where I talk, I can't give you the mic, you talk. It interacts. It was an interactive session with people. That's what he did. It call your attention. Even the sign at the back where noise then she's now. Salon people and then at the back maybe in team up. They can get their own side meeting there, their own board meeting there. It called people their attention, say, but now they're under who busy now, so they talk something very serious. If you don't want to listen, okay, but who they talk now? Then later it turned them into joke. He say, you see that and are the best people there, you see them, they listen because as I talk to the all don't keep quiet. So you see how it turned something
into matter for
so you will not feel bad that you've been sit down they talk. So these are the kind of things. So he tried to show who Samura Kamara is, and the message was that about unity, about the country. They raise unnecessary expectation or can't promise the world. He said because the challenges are many. He said, but
highlighting the challenges.
Well, like I said, the currency, the human rights issues, the one about, taking people off jobs, where they go sack people them just for the sake of sacking them, and how, they talk to the traders them for understand what's not the problem. They say because how they do where the people they deal with dollar, then can and tell you the problem. You're able to understand and you adjust them for fit them because then they run the economy. So now around the issues, then I'm not able to tell you word for word what he say, but in summary, these are the issues, the key point that we may pick up, in conversation.
All right, thank you very much. And in your opinion, I know for say you listen to all the conversation and you believe say most of the conversation then are seen a way very important to the people of Sierra Leone. What was your take-home message?
Well, my take-home message is, again, we have someone that get the capacity for able to rescue Sierra Leone. That I would say for free. And I know he's determined to do it. Is he a president that every Sierra Leonean will like? Maybe not. But is he going to do things that will impact positively on Sierra Leone? I am convinced. That's one. Two, I believe he's not someone that will labor, we will come take time for continue for divide Sierra Leone more than it already divided. He'll be someone that will try to preach reconciliation and for help for reunite Sierra Leone faster. I will not be surprised to see people from the southeast particularly when sometimes they afraid serve now in government in key positions. Because now we always don't believe, say, I put you where you serve best. You know, they bring them calm for appease them because they come out Southeast, but because they have what it takes possibly to help him work for Sierra Leone.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. One of the commentators then statements we I read today, I will not say endorse him 110%, but I think it did drive into the same direction with some of we they think, especially me on kind of mindset, the way how I feel say the country get for go under the presidency of Samura Kamara, if I can say short, as you say. Now the fact say he has been one of the key pioneers of the people in we don't watch the economy for the past 30 years or so. And you don't see the areas they don't make mistakes. You don't see the areas they don't do good. You don't see the areas they don't do bad. And you know, just don't serve in one capacity as somebody we know about economy, but he also don't serve in the foreign office. So he gets some idea and knowledge of foreign intervention. So he know what's in the diplomatic message or language where he go able to talk to the people and within the diplomatic corps. So I also believe, say, with experience in politics, like you say, it don't become a technocrat as an individual. It don't become a technocrat as a politician. Now he's going to be a technocrat as a president. So basically, those are three different capacity of any politician who don't get Nasalon for leadership positions. I not say the ones that have been there before were not in such capacity, but I think Dr. Samura gets a vast advantage and knowledge of knowing the ups and downs of Sierra Leone economy. He gets a vast knowledge and advantage of knowing exactly what has gone wrong with the economy over the past couple of years. There was some time in the late, before possibly we begin here, he say Naim for be the flag bearer of the APC. I think there were a few rumors of people highlighting some ideas about what he knows in regards to the economy of Sierra Leone. Why is Sidom make certain decisions that we can get the issue of how you call them of the issue of economic disaster. We've been the austerity, yes. Why we don't do something about austerity? I think also when you serve in someone else's capacity as somebody they lead you, you might give that person all the advice, but it depends on how the person they take the advice and how they accept, say, okay, what you're saying is correct. But now that he's going to be the number one man, we really look forward. I am personally looking forward to his immediate fix for the first 90 days of him serving in office. I am looking forward to that because to me that is very important. And as a politician, yes, we all know, say, he's now becoming a politician. He now knows how to talk politics. And if they talk politics now and development at the same time, we will really like to see what will be the outcome of in government. So you want to say something, just know why they make it?
Yeah, I think that which you say so will be the benchmark for know what kind of Sierra Leone will have under a Dr. Samura Kamara presidency, which he could do in the first 90 to 100 days. That will be the benchmark. I will tell everyone that. If it's able to deliver that, then we'll have hope. But if they're under struggle, it's a red flag. So meaning, Insai and in team get for taken seriously because Sierra Leoneans are not going to listen to excuses.
No, this time around we're not because we already know what the problems are.
Again, I wanted to say, just to support, that he knows the issues, he knows the problems, and he has the strategies to fix them. Then if he get the opportunity now for can't fix them and fix them, then we'll doubt his strategy. But for right now, I'm highly confident. And for say answer to the critic, we say what he been do. You don't rightly say it's one of the things that when you're serving in somebody's government and when you are leading a government is different.
Yeah.
So two different scenarios than a one. Secondly, it wasn't his fault. Sierra Leone was had the fastest growing economy in the continent and maybe even the world at the time before Ebola. Before Ebola.
Yeah, I remember.
Ebola reversed and crippled everything. Everything. Sierra Leone don't begin to become attractive for investors, for people going. We know how many big companies we had in Sierra Leone, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the time, because the mining sector was booming at the time. But once Ebola came, it shut everything down, it exposed we. That is not Dr. Samura's fault. So it was a situation. But what did he do? His reaction to it, 9 people for look at. It would have been worse if it was somebody else serving in that capacity. But because he knew the issue, don't deal with saloon during wartime, he don't understand. So he said, okay, well now we not get money. We'll be able to get all the money, so we don't make all the lofty promises here, them big development plans here, the big ideas. But now we don't have the money, so let's curtail and focus on the bare minimum. We know they spend waiting, we not get. People felt the hardship at the time, but you'll be still able to get by. Now look at the country. Waiting will show you say the third thing, or show you say Dr. Samura Kamara in presence made a difference. He hasn't been there for 5 years. Look at what we have. In order for 5 years.
Okay.
Look at what we have. How many finance ministers? 4. 4 finance ministers in 5 years. How many bank governors? 1.5. No half, because the one don't run away. He went at the one, he run away. Bank governor run away under this government. So that shows you, say Dr. Samura Kamara been there, even if they always they grumble, because we want better. Alexa, Dr. Samura Kamara deliver everything. We'll still ask for more. Yeah. We want better. We're not going to settle. But at the same time, in absence within the government, in 5 years, now Salon don't show, it don't expose everything. The dollar don't increase by how many? 300%. 300%. Now the dollar don't increase by. Because if dollar had been 750,000 leones in 2018, and today dollar now what? 2,020,000 or 2,200,000, I don't know, but close to that, right? So it's 300% increase. That is scary. 5 years no more with Dr. Samura not in our government. Now this happens. So that's how
you'll be able to fix things not automatically, but within the first 3 months of his governance.
I know, and I want to believe, Namika say he will not be the president that everybody likes. He's not going to be an attractive president because he get hard decisions for make. And the hard decisions he's not going to make them against individuals or because of politics. He gets to make them because you need to make those decisions to rescue Sierra Leone from drowning past how it is so right now. In order for left and free for all, no.
Okay.
And we wait, like you say, we wait for a 100 days plan.
Yeah, because the 100 days plan is very important. Because we assume now say you for take presidency based on the fact that what is happening right now in Sierra Leone is not the best for every Sierra Leonean, and we hope for the best to come. And if Nainge for the best of what we expect, then we're waiting to see exactly what is going to happen within his first 100 days. So now, if they say that, what is the situation now with the Chancery building case? Where has that left us for the fact, say, we get this huge amount of delegation, we don't go to New York for go investigate the building and fact finding of voting and the status of the building right now. So what is the pending matter that we now have on the table?
The case continue. The case not done it. Then we just come for Sudan as part of the case. We talk about all the unnecessary drama and public ridicule where they put with country too. But this done, they therefore go continue in a court where then go back. I don't know if you therefore go to court on the 3rd or something like that. April 3rd, if we go to court again, the case continue at the courts of Sierra Leone. So me go tell you what thing for Apple. Nothing is gonna come out of this anytime soon because elections is around the corner. Okay? We'll call Samura Kamara in a court on the day we get for go rally. You can't do that. They go send an excuse or send in lawyer, they let them go argue. He doesn't need to be there. You understand? And then they get for call their own witnesses then. So by the time they call all their witnesses then and come, now election period, then get for just adjourn until after elections before we continue. So then when he becomes the president, what happens?
Is that the end of the case?
Well, not the end of the case, now corruption matter, but now Indian governance, then maybe there's going to be a new anti-corruption commissioner we get for take over the case and review the whole case and look at the merit of it and stuff like that. And because the case get for continue.
So what if it take over government and then the case request now for, because don't forget new anti-corruption commissioner, definitely, of course, and then the case now can be the case of the real culprits that were involved, as in they should be on board now.
Exactly, the case get for continue.
You're investigated for that particular.
Of course.
I don't think this case is going to end anytime soon.
No, it's not going to end anytime soon. So now case we get for continue. So now make we ask meeting at the fate of the case after this. It get for continue for as long as it takes. It's a legal matter, but then they will have to come out with judgment at some point. See whether they find guilty or not. If they not find anybody guilty, we'll know the reason why. But $4.9 million, people get for answer for them. Who they get for answer for them, we don't know. So the case continues.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Scott Juma. I don't say we don't spend too much time on this particular topic of discussion today. We don't start off with the facts. So we talk about salon football. We don't talk about the opening of the airport. Well, opening of the terminal and Sokoto Juma, to me say.
Terminal building, the new terminal building.
The new terminal building. We don't talk about the Gento religious divide message where it begin come now the mosque of Freetown. And we also don't talk about Dr. Samura Kamara in visits to the United States and the case where they against him and the others, where now the Chancery building within New York, where now the building represents the people of Sierra Leone in New York, with High Commissioner of the Embassy. So basically, go on. You asked something.
We missed one thing. We did not play the video
of the yes.
We'll for next program if we want.
No, listen to the audio. If you get the video, let's listen to the audio of the video because it's very important that we discuss that.
It would have been nice. Let for next time. Let watch the video. People will need to watch that video, and we need for discuss it. Very serious because now civil society person claiming to represent the civil society, but how civil society they talk. Next program we'll do it.
Juma, you know why I don't look for the next program? Because
technically, are we able to watch the video?
Not sure technically. Not sure technically. But I think
the impact will be better when you see the person talking.
I totally agree with you on that. Okay, let's leave it for next week.
Yeah, next week.
It's very important for us to play the video.
Apologies to viewers them. But we'll show it.
I think we will accept, to the viewer them, but I will extend the apology back again to the viewer because I was, no problem. Apology accepted. But I'm not one of your viewers. I'm here today co-siding with you. But anyway, I think we don't talk too much about so many things and we don't happen. What thing will be you take overall, but how to go inside the Republic now, Freetown. Apart from all what we don't discuss, is there anything else you feel to say relevant we don't left out, we will not discuss about today's program? We feel to say we need for touch on. I highlight few cases them of things that we don't happen, we're not in our agenda. One of which now the fact say we get an assumption. When I saw a publication of a young man where they say then kill na SLPP party office na Moyamba. I don't know whether that is an authentic story. I don't know whether that's true facts. Do you know anything about that? You know any kind of fact?
Well, Mr. FC pictures and a short write-up, but I don't know the details, so that's why I refuse to talk about it, until we're sure. Because I know I'll be like the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We go bring any diamond picture and can put and send at the August protest.
And I also see a massive 3-page document of the facts. Again, I can't confirm any of that. It's just a statement that I read from somebody who did a write-up for, say, Leoneans Lima and Ali Kaba apparently has been removed from the campaign strategy protocol officers them for this current election for the SLPP. I don't know how true that is, but they highlight some of it.
The campaign list come out, the campaign management list come out for for the Sierra Leone People's Party. Obviously, we did not see last time. Ali Kaba was the campaign manager, right?
Yes.
He was head of the campaign management team. But this time it's Prince Hardin. Publicity was Lawrence Lima at the time, right? I think. This time it's Rado Soare. So Rado Soare, head of public relations for the campaign. Not to publicity sector, but head of public relations for the campaign. So, the election management head, one Kapua, again, is going to say, because we already first lady been say, all the people already appoint, I call the Usuru then come out, Kamakwe Road. Yes, but then if you want to talk about it, compare them to this, if you look at the list, they're all in one region, they all come out. So,
well, you're right on that. But again, my question to that particular statement, the fact, say, the allegations against Dr. Ali Kaba and Leoneans Rima, is this fact based on what this person do as a write-up? The reason for making
the person say.
He say, well, for the fact say Leoneans Rima don't get too many accusations of secret killings and accusations of the killings that we don't happen within Freetown and all the other things that will happen between August 12 and all the other things that will happen with the extra killing where they happen within the political parties of the opposition and all the case that we then see Leoneans Lima responsible for. It's not going to be a good thing for me to get them on the campaign trail. And equally so, for the fact, say Ali Kaba now one of the people and we now one of the accused person then we then pay the Chancery money to now in own private account or in sister account, we get a company we owned by his sister, and he yet for no day possibly don't go missing. Nobody knows exactly where he is right now or what he stands for, and then feel to say if they use them within this campaign structure, it go dent the popularity of the party. So now make them totally remove those two. I don't know how true that statement is. It's just somebody's write-up. But for the fact now, so you don't confirm, say yes, those two people are not on the list and then play a vital role in the 2018 election for the party. We make them able for win election. I don't think they should be excluded at this particular point in time based on their performance, especially Leoneans Lima has been very vocal for the past 4 years in terms of supporting every activities of the party, and statement that he has been making in collaboration with what the party stand for the past 4 years has been consistent. So why would he not be part of the campaign structure? Again, it's just something I read. I don't know how true it is, and I know can endorse or say that's correct.
Again, it's difficult for belief, but I believe say the reasons highlighted, not the reason that we make them not put in there. It might be for other good reasons, right? We come to the SLPP their own side. The reason make they say not necessarily for that, because Lawrence Lima is still serving in the government. as Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, are you particular about him denting your campaign or denting the credibility of your government? That's one thing. And it's still they go on radio, they talk and continue for intimidate people. Recently, they go and tell people and say they go brush all man, right? You know, so he's still a mouthpiece for the party and for the government. You see, so that's not the reason. Ali Kaba, in his own case, after the Chancery building, he was still appointed as ambassador to Egypt, but he refused to go because he say, you know, not demotion for him, right? From Minister of Foreign Affairs to UN Sierra Leone permanent representative to the United Nations, then sending him to a new place where we not get embassy for a long time. The embassy been on closed day in Egypt for Senangure. That was kind of like demotion for him. And this is a guy that has political ambition. He has political ambition. He wanted to be flag bearer then. He did not. He still wants to be part of the process wherein he will be visible and active so he will be able for campaign for whenever his own term reach. So that's not the reason. I'm sure there are other reasons why they not choose him. Who don't have the post where they choose? That's the other question we should ask ourselves. Because the First Lady, and the head of finance committee, and they control the finance. So all the fundraising, they are big. If you get that money natural and I get for Senate. Why put her in that capacity in the first place? The president is the leader of the party and the presidential aspirant of the SLPP, and in WEF, Diana the head of finance for the campaign, fundraising and finance.
Okay. I can't comment on that. No. Then they call double deep.
Yes, I'm just saying that. So
okay. It's very important that you said that because again, just like I say, I'm not 100% confirmed the statement they want to make earlier on, but you don't give me another reason enough for just believe say that might be some of the reasons. There might be other reasons behind it. But for understand, say the First Lady in charge of finance, I've been free to say the finance way it in control of now the one way it use in your own capacity for doing fundraising activities. I wasn't sure whether it was the entire SLPP campaign finance budget she's responsible for. Now that I know that, it is becoming very scary because we all know what thing could be the
so
left answer.
No, not so left answer. We already history and evidence wherein the First Lady, they use the president in office for ask people and for donations for what you call them JMB friends. What's that them organize the charity name?
Which one?
Fatima and Mada
Foundation.
They use money. They use that for ask people and for specific amounts. Okay, we know at a time wherein then they ask government officials for bring so money come inside. We know when they say if you want for a government, you get for join JMB and associates. You understand? We know that. So we know when they call people and ask them banks and other places that we need so money without no justification. So putting her in that capacity is a situation wherein people will come voluntarily donate, then it will get people away they target and say, are they fundraise for these elections? But because we not get a monitoring system in the country, they will not be able to declare that money because once they donate to your campaign, it's a public money. It's not your personal funds anymore. But she'll be using it how she wants. Now go disburse them how we want. So what I want. So it's the same thing about control, power and money. The man gets the power, the woman gets the money. Now that they run things. So you get for go ballot to them. You get for follow their lead. Whatever they tells you, that's what you have to do. Remember then, their minister, they not been go tell her, Osh.
Yeah.
What will be their fate?
Well, they will have to relinquish their position. Or basically their position will be lost.
So now not be go tell me, Osh, well now when I go see if I give you money for good campaign now area them back alone.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't see if you're watching and it's gone too late now. You're watching Sierra Leone Media live on YouTube and Facebook in one of the edition How to Go Inside the Republic, we talk about issues them affecting Sierra Leone and the people of Sierra Leone in Sierra Leone and also in the diaspora. Well, I want to say thank you to Ona, but before I say my last word for today's program, let's go to Koto Juma. What will be your last word for today's program, and what you expect people look forward to in the next couple of days? In the fact that we political platform is widely open, is Dr. Samura in London?
I doubt it. I wanted to say something about that, but it's a reality. Unfortunately, after he goes back, they're gonna stop him from traveling, just to frustrate him, and they don't look at what he can do, so the impact he creates. So if he comes out, they know they're gonna be in big problem. So they'll rather him not travel out of Sierra Leone, even if you want to go any other side and go deny him. And I'm not sure, looking at today's date, the 29th, 30th, he has enough time to go to the UK on this occasion. So I doubt it, because he has to be back in town by the 1st. I think then get court case on the 3rd, and the party gets short time for plan and campaign. So they'll be focusing on that rather than him traveling.
Okay. It would have been nice for him to take a European tour, because
definitely
it's fine, but also touching base with the European people that are possibly looking forward to see him.
But there's a possibility. Nothing is set on, is impossible under the sun, but that's the reality, not to look out for him coming there, anytime soon. But maybe I might be wrong, and I'll let that if they prove me wrong. So my last word is to say thank you to our viewers both on Facebook and YouTube, and also for all the people contributing, at the chats and comments and messages. Laminba, thank you so much for bringing those viewpoints as well. And I just want to encourage we all as Sierra Leoneans that Sierra Leone is for all Sierra Leoneans. We have to be involved in the process. You don't have to be a politician. You don't have to run for a political office, but being engaged and being part of the process is key, because whatever decisions are made there will get to affect you directly or indirectly. Imagine just like I talked with T-Boy earlier, I say, I look for tickets for Go Salon, but the cheapest way I see at the time, for the dates that we may choose, now $3,500. Almost, because 3,370 something, so I call it rounding up to 3,500, yeah, and it's about 42 hours travel time. So can you imagine 42 hours just for travel for Go Salon? That's where it would have, now that it would take me with that money day, you see. So how it affects me, because if people are in our government, we care about things, then we'll do things that we go make the country become attractive. Flight they want go tongue, where I go pay cheaper. Just like the Gambia, you have so many tourists that goes to the Gambia. People buy tickets $200, $300 for go to the Gambia. If you want for mix out hotel, $500 to $700, and we don't travel and trip then they a lot. So more people go to the Gambia because they make her attractive. I'm not saying Gambia is better than us, but on that front, so if we get people in our government, we go care about some of those things, definitely price will go down. So if you didn't have the diaspora, you think, say, politics not they affect you, you're mistaken. I just want to say, engage in the process. It's our time. This next 2 months, let we talk. It's okay to talk about what you believe in.
So let's talk to the minister.
No. Talk about what you believe in. And me to say again, I remind people, because the president now they don't put in poster there all sign of the country, and particularly Kono, it says Kono matters to me. Gento say Freetown matters to me, but I'm Muslim, they matter to her, not to Freetonians. So waiting me they ask you, Gento don't tell you waiting matter to her. The president don't tell you waiting matter to her. Waiting matter to you. Is a question you should be asking yourself. Rice, 650,000 for bag, now matter to you. Water no day, you dey charge and lights no day. You dey go put up heads, set up, but lights no day. you know, get clean drinking water, the petrol price, the pikin sick, you know, go to hospital, the school where they say na free education is actually free. Wetin matter to you? Your business, you been able to do business again? Wetin matter to you? Question you ask yourself right now. If you been get 100 million yesterday, in 5 years, your 100 million will be maybe worth what? $13,000? Yeah? Today, your 100 million worth $4,100. So you don't lose almost see how many $1,000 you lost. So that's how serious it is. Over $7,000 now you lost so inside 5 years. So the Leons don't depreciate bad. Does that matter to you? Or now it matter to the president matter to you? On that note, I want to say thank you, and we hope to be here again soon. Over to you, T-Boy.
All right, thank you very much, Koto Juma, for that message. And I think Sedande go down very well in my brain. What matter to you is very important, and we can always say your vote now you life. But this time around, I think what matter to you very important, because what matter to you is what you take, not for granted, but it's what you take very seriously. Because if what matter to you, now what matter to the next person, then you get for evaluate you and see whether it's better for you or take them very seriously or the next person. So I believe, say, whatever we are doing or whatever we want to say, let's get involved in the discussion. Let's be part of the discussion, whether positive or negative, whether you accept or disagree with what they say, is good for us to engage, because there might be something that will catch your imagination that will matter to you, not just something that will matter to Gento, or not just something that will matter to the president, or not just something that should be matter or that should matter to APC or SFPP. But now what's matter to you? Now we talk about right now. Your livelihood, the reality of your livelihood, the reality of what you buy and sell, the reality of what you eat and drink, the reality of what keeps you alive, the reality of what educates you, the reality of what makes you a real Sierra Leonean, not to the real Sierra Leonean, really first lady say you only get for support SFPP or make you be a true Sierra Leonean, no. But the true Sierra Leonean will make you a Sierra Leonean because you believe in the green, white, and blue, and you believe, say, the national anthem stands to represent who that you be. Now it matter to you. So what matters to you is very important for this particular election, because voting matter for you, now you vote for. If you feel to say voting matter for you, now something will make you suffer for the next 5 years, vote for that. If you feel to say voting matter for you, now something will make you better for the next 5 years, you begin them better for the next 5 years, your generation they yet unborn better for the next 5 years, then vote for voting matter to you. So we message for this particular program for tonight. Now, voting matter to you. We all know say you vote now you life, but voting matter to you is what you should be voting for from June 23rd. I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to all the ones they reading on Facebook and YouTube for all their contribution, all their comments, and all their statements they would not make towards this particular program. And not forget to subscribe to the YouTube page. Not forget for join we. I saw a huge amount of new fans then who don't begin developing at the YouTube page where they grow in numbers. And we want to say thank you to now for subscribing to our program, and thank you for contributing, and continue for the following, because we are here every Wednesday, and subsequently we get head-to-head for the do every Thursday. But the politician in the drain house right now, they need able for come up and tell you say they're ready for it. But we'll begin for offend them back again and we'll be hunting them, because we believe say the politics of Sierra Leone this particular election is not about who you are, it's what you can deliver, and we will hold you to account of that, because when you mistake and go different paths after you don't gain position, we'll come back and remind you, say, sorry, not to that you've been telling you, that this you've been saying. Well, now you don't deviate, you don't begin to do something totally different. So continue for January every Wednesday. We're here from 10 UK time. I don't know all the other times them in Sierra Leone, because we time don't go back. We time don't go forward 1 hour, so it will be different from all other places. Then continue for subscribe to the YouTube channel and like we Facebook page, so be able to get notification whenever we come up with any impromptu. It's an election year. Anything can happen. You can get a call today, say somebody very interested one for and talk to we. we just put out a flyer. Sometimes we might not even put out a flyer until the 11th hour. But look, we continue the discussion because we are all in it together for the betterment of Sierra Leone and for Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone and all over the diaspora. For feel proud of the salon where they become, of the salon where they want for see, of the salon where they go look for go and spend time with the people and where they are around them and the people and we know and not even sabi safe. So I will say thank you once more. And don't forget, say this na Ramadan, keep them holy. Say hello and say hi and love you next door neighbor as much as you want for love yourself. Because the month of Ramadan is a month of giving. Give as much as you can. You don't have to be a Muslim. You don't need for fast for make you give. When you give, God will bless you. But not give if you not get. Because if you give, if you not get, God will accept them. But if you get, you feel to say you need for share. Because God will accept that small thing we put for somebody with the give. Just because he feels to say the person need that more than you. So Lord continue for like we serve and continue for follow we and continue for contribute towards the program. But until next week or until next time, I will say from the Sierra Leone media team, bye-bye. And possibly have a good weekend because we are approaching the weekend. It's Easter month and Easter will be around the corner very soon. Many people will be celebrating Easter, whilst others will be fasting. And we will get 2 celebrations within the same month. And we will like to see how Muslims and Christians they come together as salon. Some two would always use for practice. So until next time, have a good night and thank you.
Now who's term this? Yes, this na term for all salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's term these? Somebody.